Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the City of Waterloo Council meeting of Monday, February the 12th, 2024, and this is the 24 to 26 budget meeting. Thank you all for being here, and to everyone's hard work in terms of preparing for this meeting. Is there a disclosure of pecuniary interest in the general nature thereof, Council? Seeing none, I'd like to, oh, yes, Councillor Vasek.
Yes, capital reference 201, the Laurier Stadium, because of place of study.
And I'm going to look to you to help me remember when we get there. So it's reference number 201, right? Yeah, thank you. Any other declarations, Council? Okay, seeing none. I'm going to start today off by turning the microphone over to Mayor McKay with some opening remarks.
Thank you very much, Chair Freeman, and welcome everyone to Budget Day 2024 to 2026. I want to start, as Chair Freeman already mentioned, I just want to start by thanking staff, particularly those on the Budget Committee, and Councillor Freeman as well as our Finance Liaison, Finance Chair, for all the work that went into preparing the budget. And I also want to thank the residents who have, over the course of the last couple of months, provided a great deal of input. They've attended the budget input session. Some of them have delegated, some have sent emails, some of them have spoken to us, when we've been out at events or, at various places in the community. So I just want people to know that that council and certainly staff have heard from people. We listen, we appreciate all the various input that we've received, and certainly I've appreciated the opportunity to talk directly with members of council as well as Chair Freeman. So the 3-year budget process is a much more involved journey than a 1-year budget process, which we went through last year, and most municipalities do use a 1-year budget process, but the City of Waterloo for years has done the 3-year process. And I just want a quick reminder to anyone who listens that the municipal budgeting process is very transparent. Everyone knows how much they pay in property taxes, and it's very transparent, it's very accessible, and it's very easy to kind of understand, right? Whereas with federal and provincial taxes, I don't know anybody personally who adds up over the course of the year how much they spend on those taxes. So, but municipally, it's very clear and very transparent, and I think that's really obviously a really good thing. And with Waterloo's 3-year budget process, it's especially a transparent process. And I also just want to make a quick note, because there's been some talk in the media and amongst the municipal sector around the strong mayor powers, which the province has granted to mayors who lead municipalities of over 100,000 people. And some mayors have chosen to use this strong mayor's authority to bring in their own budget. And I think in those cases, that's up to them if they choose to take that path. But I've decided, again, as I said in June when these strong mayor powers were enacted, that this was just not something that I think is good for, certainly in the City of Waterloo. I don't think it's good, it's not good for democracy, and certainly not something that although I was encouraged by some of my colleagues in other municipalities, encouraged to bring in a budget using my strong mayor powers, it's just not something that I feel that is respectful of the residents, respectful of staff, and certainly not respectful of council. So just wanted to, again, make that really clear. One other point of clarification regarding property tax rate. The property tax rate is, I just want to, it's property taxes can be confusing a bit, the way that they're calculated. I know our finance team certainly has a great handle on it all, but we are in a 2-tier municipal structure, so people need to remember that the region's tax rate covers 58% of your overall tax rate. The city's covers 30%, City of Waterloo's, and then there's the education tax rate that gets drawn into that as well. So these are weighted tax rates. And it's not sort of just as simple as adding them up, right? So just want people to keep that in mind throughout our discussions today, and and if they have questions about this going forward. So just specifically about the budget itself, this has been the most challenging budget for the city in many, many years, and we know that we're facing some tough decisions today. The city continues to face challenges related to inflation, price escalation, and we do know that businesses, families, and individuals in our community are facing similar pressures. But certainly, we're not immune as a municipality. And at the risk of being accused of finger pointing, I do want to point out that some of the decisions that other governments have made, they are continuing to shift various cost burdens to the city. And these are pressures that we are feeling today as part of our 2024 to 2026 municipal budget. And some of these additional costs are growing, and they include the increased planning responsibility and pressures due to changes from provincial planning legislation that were enacted in 2022 and 2023. And this is a quick public service announcement that it's been 439 days since the province said that they would make municipalities whole. So we're still waiting on that. The phase out of provincial and federal funding for the Waterloo Economic Development Corporation is another financial pressure that's landing on municipalities. Support for the Ontario Lynn Health programs, where provincial funding has not kept pace with the program costs. Encampment cleanups are another cost that we're facing. And for Waterloo, a major downloaded expense is the frozen heads and beds tax, which municipalities receive from the province. This is a payment in lieu of property taxes for municipalities which have post-secondary institutions, correctional facilities, or hospitals in their cities. So this provincial funding has not changed since 1987. And that was, just for a little bit of context, that's the year that Ronald Reagan called on Mikhail Gorbachev to bring down the Berlin Wall. That's how far back we're talking. It's when the movie The Princess Bride, one of my personal favorites, came out, and Beverly Hills Cop 2, not even one, it was the second one, was released. And so that item alone, because it was frozen at $75 per head, which with the cost of inflation should be about $165 per head. So that alone, that pressure has added nearly 2% to our property tax rate. And that's like 1.8 million for the city of Waterloo, given the universities and college that we have here. So all that to say that cities across the province, including the city of Waterloo, are facing significant financial pressures. We are forced to work with an outdated 19th century fiscal funding model that does not reflect the realities of our 21st century. And through the provincial and federal budgetary processes, we're calling on the province and the federal government to work with cities to create a new social and fiscal funding framework, one that will really respond to the realities that municipalities are facing. So all that being said, we know that Waterloo is growing, and these growth pressures are very real. And again, for a bit of context, since 2016, we've welcomed over 25,000 new residents in the city. And they need services, like all of our residents need services, including parks and recreation, arts and culture, drinking water, roads, sewer maintenance, etc. And we know that we've heard from residents that we know that we need to continue to invest in Waterloo, and that delaying investment in housing, climate action, infrastructure, or failing to support arts and culture, economic development, older adults, or our post-secondary students will result in significantly more increased costs and consequences in the future. So Waterloo's 3-year budget establishes the financial tools and resources for the rest of our term of council. And these budget decisions will advance the objectives of our strategic priorities. And you'll recall that through the 2023 to 2026 strategic plan, we set a new vision for the city of Waterloo. And that vision is to be a leader in sustainability and a future-ready community for all. We also set a new mission: to actively engage, collaborate with, and respond to Waterloo's diverse community with bold leadership, empathy, and accountability. So this budget reflects the priorities of our community strategic plan, which was built with significant consultation and engagement with our diverse community. While we have worked hard to engage the community, and especially voices of those who are traditionally haven't been heard, I recognize that some people engage only at budget time. However, I do want people to know that Waterloo has had a great deal of community input, whether through the budget process, but particularly through the strategic planning process. And while I understand that some people have specific interests and concerns, as council, we must look at the bigger picture. And we must balance all the input and different perspectives and information and use this to make our final decisions. So I want to assure the community that we did hear you and we have responded. And at our January 29th meeting, council's direction to staff was to bring us additional menu options and to look for potential additional reductions. And we are going to review those options today. And I do want to thank staff for the additional work and Councillor Freeman for the additional work that they did to bring those for our consideration today. So I believe that the decisions that we'll make today as a council will reflect the leadership we need to pursue our vision while responding to the needs and perspectives of our community now, but also in the future. And our future Waterloo requires investment in reducing greenhouse emissions from city buildings and operations, increasing the availability and supply of affordable and attainable housing. We need to continue to address our infrastructure gap and provide the services that make us one of the best communities for anyone to live, work, play, and learn. Our goal is progress, not perfection. And we know that the city cannot solve the issues of climate change, nor housing, nor any of these other issues alone. We know that by becoming more accessible and inclusive is a journey that requires increased funding and a commitment to action. And we know that we won't close our infrastructure gap in a single budget cycle. And particularly regarding climate change, I believe we must think about what our community needs to do now to prevent and avoid significant future costs and impacts to our residents. I think we owe that to our residents and to everyone who studies, works, or creates, or lives, or wants to live in Waterloo in the future. So thank you again for indulging me in this bit of a lengthy opening remarks, but I do really want to sincerely thank everyone who took the time to share their thoughts with council and with staff over the past few months. And again, I want to assure people that we feel the financial impact that many in our community are feeling. And we invite you to certainly stay informed, stay involved, hold us accountable, stay connected with our e-newsletters, Engage Waterloo, our website, social media accounts, talk to us at city events. We're going to have some upcoming community conversations and other public meetings that we'll have. So again, I'd like to thank staff and my council colleagues for all the effort and consideration that has gone into this budget. And with that, I'll turn it over to Councillor Freeman, who has also been an excellent resource and guide for me in particular, and I think for council as well throughout this process. So, and thank you for the additional work that you've taken on in this role. So with that, over to you, Chair Freeman.
Thank you, Mayor McCabe. You're right. We are facing tough decisions today, and we are not making them lightly. As we all know, cities are being asked to do far more with far less. We have heard from citizens throughout this process asking us to focus only on the things within our municipal mandate. We have also heard from many others over the past year and beyond who want us to help address important issues of homelessness, mental health and addiction crisis, and supporting our newcomers. It's more than taking on things that have been previously the responsibility of other levels of government. It includes all of our reconciliation, equity, accessibility, diversity, and inclusion work, and ongoing engagement with equity-deserving groups, because we want to live in a city that is a welcoming place for everyone. It includes investing in the future, whether that is asset management, infrastructure investment and reinvestment, or climate action, Pay now versus pay later is a very real challenge and at the forefront of this 3-year budget. It also means doing all of this, doing our part and doing more than our part without a lot of revenue tools we have had in the past. We know that the property tax base is beyond the breaking point for many individuals, and we will continue to lobby with AMO and other municipal partners for a much-needed review of municipal finances by the province. Our revenue toolkit is frozen and has been for many years. Staff had a really difficult task in bringing forward a staff-tabled budget that supports the city that we are and the city that we want to be in the future. All citizens are trying to manage the rising cost of inflation, and the city of Waterloo is not immune to this pressure. Construction costs are even higher than inflation, and these inflationary drivers put pressure on both our operating and capital budgets. This process has not been easy, and I'm grateful to staff for presenting us with an original budget that included upfront savings of $1.6 million in efficiencies and improvements and menu options for our consideration later today. We made things even more challenging a few weeks ago, asking staff to identify any other options that could potentially help reduce the tax rate impact. Mr. Witzel is going to provide us with an overview of those options and what they may mean as we move through today's deliberations. We will begin with Mr. Witzel's presentation for information. Council will then move into a closed meeting to discuss labor-related budget impacts. We will return from the closed meeting and begin the remainder of the day with our usual council opening, followed by delegations. After the delegations, we will move into the staff reports. And I just wanted to remind council, this is our budget. It is our job. If there are things in this budget that you want out, it is your responsibility to ask to take them out. If there's things in these budgets that we want in, that are in later years and you need to pull them forward, that is our job today to talk about these things and bring them forward. And staff has put this together in a way in which we can all decide how we are going to advance our work today, but it needs all of us to participate willingly and equally. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Witzel.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Chair Freeman, members of council, senior management, staff, and members of the public. I will provide a brief refresh of the 2024 to 2026 staff tabled budget, along with information on the menu reduction options developed for council consideration later today. The 2024 to 2026 staff table budget is a 3-year budget and is positioned to implement the priorities of the city's 2023 to 2026 strategic plan approved by council in June. The 2024 to 2026 staff table budget includes $1.6 million in efficiencies and improvements, which equals 1.75% in property tax savings. The additional menu options created that will be presented later in these slides also include some additional efficiencies for council's consideration. While inflation has improved, the City of Waterloo continues to face challenges related to price escalation. CPIX, which guides our budget as per policy, was at 4.28% on a 12-month average as of September 2023 data. The non-residential construction price index based on a 5-year average, which is used for our capital budget inflation purposes, and is the rate at which we increase our contributions to our main capital reserves. For budget purposes, this capital inflation rate was 6.18%. This aligns with the third quarter 2023 non-residential construction price index that was released at 6.57%. As noted by council and staff as part of the business plan presentations, this represents a point in time. Inflation is subject to change over the course of 2024 to 2026. Staff will monitor this and will provide inflationary updates to council as part of the required budget reaffirmation reports, which will be brought forward to council in December of 2024 and December of 2025. The 2024 to 2026 staff table budget increase ranges between 6.44% and 7.46%, with the dollar impact per average household between $110 and $116. The base budget net of efficiencies and improvements, along with operating impacts of capital and growth, is the portion of the budget that is guided by inflation or CPIX. Service level changes and increased infrastructure investment are council's decisions, and those are above inflation. Very quickly, in terms of the approval process for today, to assist in an efficient process, budget requests are once again grouped by subcategory. So for example, under Section 10 of the operating budget, Section C, base budget request efficiencies, items 1 through 3 are grouped and can be voted on together. Chair Freeman will ask council if anyone wishes to consider any of these items separately, and if not, they will be moved and voted on as a block of items. This will be noted on the budget day file under the under the agenda numbers. The 2024 to 2026 operating budget day approval file will be displayed throughout the majority of the meeting, and Michael Pugliese will be updating this as decisions are made. The file includes all budget requests that will be considered by council, the dollar amounts, and the property tax impacts if applicable. The file is dynamic, and the current year levy amounts and percentages will be updated as decisions are made by council. On January 29th, 2024, staff provided council an update on community engagement feedback received during the 2024 to 2026 staff table budget. Based on this feedback and concerns regarding the level of property concerns regarding the level of property tax increase, council directed staff to present options at the start of the February 12th budget meeting today that, if approved by council, could reduce the overall property tax increase. Over the next few slides, I'll provide a brief overview of the 12 menu reduction items for council's consideration that will be considered later today. As a reminder, menu reductions and/or menu additions approved by council will change the final 2024 to 2026 budget amounts. The staff tabled budget doesn't include any of these menu items. Menu items are for council's consideration during budget deliberations. Council will consider these menu options later today as part of the agenda under Section 10L. Okay, so the first menu option is an option for additional revenue in the amount of $162,875 for assessment growth from 2023 to be included in the 2024 budget. The staff tabled 2024 to 2026 budget includes an assessment growth estimate of $1.1 million annually. The city's final assessment growth in 2023, as provided by MPAC, was $1.26 million or 1.36% growth rate. This information is finalized by MPAC well after the staff tabled budget is developed by the Budget Committee. This additional assessment growth revenue could be approved by council, lowering the 2024 property tax increase. This menu option is a funding reduction of $428,000 in 2024, $488,000 in 2025, and $80,000 in 2026. This menu reduction opportunity would partially reduce budget request S2 fire expansion, adjusting that budget to a September 1st start date annually for 2024 to 2026. This option, if approved by council, would lower the 2024 to 2026 property tax increase, but would require the savings to be added back as part of the 2027 and 2028 to 2030 budgets. In essence, S2 would be phased in over a longer period. These menu options would result in a funding reduction of $220,000 in 2024, $270,000 in 2025, and $310,000 in 2026. The I-7 funding in the staff tabled capital budget is recommended to be allocated to capital projects, reference 225, facility transformational projects, reference 440, corporate services infrastructure, replacement and rehab needs, and reference 674, IPPW, infrastructure, replacement and rehab needs. If M23 to M25 were approved by council, it would not impact capital reference 225 or the planned $10 million CURF debenture project supporting GHG reduction and climate action. But it would remove all but $355,000 in CURF funding in 2024 for capital references 440 and 647. Staff acknowledge that if council approves implementing these menu options, our progress in regards to addressing the infrastructure funding shortfall will be slower. However, significant progress would still be made via the 2024 to 2026 budget, with capital reference 225 still proceeding as planned, and the staff additions supporting infrastructure being added via request I-1, I-2, I-3, I-4, I-5, and I-6, along with increased preventative maintenance funding from budget request I-1, all of which are subject to council consideration later today. This menu option would result in savings of $203,000 in 2024, with a $11,000 increase of funding in 2025 and a $192,000 increase of funding in 2026. So by 2026, we would be net zero. This menu option would shift the start date for 6 employees in 2024 and shift the start date for 4 employees in 2025 to June 1st annually. The 2026 staff would still be budgeted with a January 1st start date to avoid deferring any of the staff-related pressures to the 2027 budget. If during budget approval, any of these employees' budget requests were not to be approved by council, staff would need to revise the dollar values on this menu option. And it is worth noting that these staff start date deferrals have not been applied to positions where there is currently a contract incumbent or where the staff has already been hired permanently based on advanced council authorization. This menu option is for additional revenue of $50,000 in 2024, $50,000 in 2025, and $50,000 in 2026. In support of seeking ways to help reduce the property tax impact, including efficiencies as directed by council, staff are providing a more aggressive investment interest income increase option for council consideration. Budget request B6 is seeking to increase the budget for investment income and bank interest income by $450,000 over 2024 to 2026. The city has been generating an investment income surplus that, based on further staff analysis, is sustainable to support this additional increase of $150,000 by 2026. If B6 is approved and this menu option is approved by council, our new investment interest income budget target will be $2.4 million by 2026. This menu option would see savings of $30,000 in 2024 with an equal increase of $30,000 in 2025, so it's a phasing opportunity. B11, climate change sustainability contributions, includes funding for various memberships and collaborative contributions committed by the city, including groups such as Climate Action WR, Waterloo Region Community Energy, Sustainable WR, and REAP. Another organization is committed to providing $30,000 to REAP on behalf of the city for 2024, providing for this budget deferral option to 2025. This menu option would generate one-time savings of $150,000 in 2024 with an equal increase of $150,000 in 2025. G2, Waterloo Public Library Funding Agreement, provides increased funding to the Waterloo Public Library in accordance with the parameters of the agreement between the city and the library. In support of the budget reduction process, the Waterloo Public Library has offered to defer a portion of their 2024 increase to 2025, aligning with other city reduction and phasing solutions for council consideration. This menu option would see savings of $93,000 in 2024, savings of $214,000 in 2025, and an increase of $157,000 in 2026. This menu option nets to $150,000, which would be covered by reallocating the annual winter control reserve contribution to the enhanced sidewalk services. The cost of sidewalk service enhancements as approved by Council Report IPPW 2023-40 are front-ended in 2024 and 2025. M30 would still implement the same service level enhancements as approved, but would see the annual budget impact smoothed evenly over 2024 to 2026. This would be done through the use of winter control reserve funding on a temporary basis, along with reallocating the current winter control annual contribution. Staff will closely monitor the winter control reserve, ensuring it has adequate funding. With G1, winter control 5-year average budget adjustment, along with the increased budget from S3, S4, and S5, staff are anticipating that the recent winter control budget deficits may be less frequent. This menu option would see savings of $61,000 in 2024, with an equal increase of $61,000 in 2026, so another phasing opportunity. S11 includes funding for 3 initiatives to develop and enhance inclusive programming citywide. This menu option would maintain that service increases as recommended through S11, but through temporary tax rate stabilization reserve funding, Council could smooth the increase to approximately $100,000 annually. And option number 12, under this menu option, Council, if approved, would see savings of $100,000 in 2026. I-1 is seeking increased preventative building maintenance funding in the amount of $100,000 in 2025 and $300,000 in 2026. This menu item for council consideration would reduce the amount in 2026 by $100,000, but still provides preventative building maintenance funding increase of $300,000 over 2025 to 2026. So for illustrative purposes only, if council were to approve all the staff tabled property tax budget requests and approves the 12 menu reduction options for council consideration just presented, the question may be, what would the final 2024 to 2026 budget be? The annual property tax impact with the 12 menu reduction options activated by council would be 5.96% in 2024, 6.56% in 2025, and 6.44% in 2026. The average household impact would range between $88 and $107 per year. Again, I'll just note all menu reduction options and any menu additions that council may wish to bring forward will be considered by council later today as part of the agenda item 10L. The final 2024 to 2026 budget will be subject to these decisions and we will be shared at the end of the meeting. So that concludes the overview presentation. I am happy to answer any questions that council may have at this time, or these menu option specific questions can be taken later today when the menu options themselves are considered, whatever council prefers. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Witzel. Questions for Mr. Witzel at this time? Okay, seeing none. Thank you for that presentation. Council, I'm looking for a mover to go into closed meeting, moved by Councillor Rowe, seconded by Councillor Wright. All those in favor? That is carried unanimously. To those of you that are with us, we apologize for this brief delay, but we'll be back. Okay, good afternoon again. Once again, welcome to the City of Waterloo Council meeting of February the 12th. We'd like to begin by acknowledging that the land on which we gather, the land on which we are broadcasting from today, is the land traditionally cared for by the Haudenosaunee, Anishinaabe, and Neutral people. We also acknowledge the enduring presence and deep traditional knowledge and philosophies of the Indigenous people with whom we share this land today. At the beginning of this council meeting, we pause to think about the needs of our community. May we show wisdom and compassion in all of our decisions. Disclosure, is there any additional disclosure of pecuniary interest? I looked through the menu item. I didn't see 201 specifically as an item on today's meeting, so I'm not sure.
It's part of the capital
Okay.
budget, so I'm just not,
Okay.
I'd like to vote on most of the capital budget.
Okay.
I just can't on that, so I don't know what to do about that.
We'll figure it out. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. Council, there's the approval of minutes, January 15th, 2024. Do I have a mover? Moved by Councillor Wright, seconded by Councillor Vasek. All those in favor? That is carried unanimously. At this point, we're welcoming several delegations. The first is Craig Sloth. Welcome, Craig. You have 10 minutes.
Good afternoon, Mayor and members of Council. My name is Craig Sloss. I live in Ward 7. I'm here today to provide some feedback on the budget you'll be voting on today. On the next slide, I want to provide some context for the size of the City of Waterloo's budget increase by comparing it to other components of the municipal tax bill. Sorry, do you mind moving to the next slide?
I think you can advance it by pressing the down button.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I want to provide some context for the size of the City of Waterloo's budget increase by comparing it to other components of the municipal tax bill. I know that you're concerned about the size of the property tax increase, but we had to be realistic about how much the city can reduce property taxes when it only controls about 30% of the total property tax bill. In fact, the total 2024 property tax increase for a single department at the regional level is more than twice the size of the total property tax increase for the entire City of Waterloo budget this year. For an average Waterloo household, the tax increase from the police budget is about a third the size of the tax increase for the City of Waterloo for all services the city provides. Now, this council doesn't control the police budget, which is one of the biggest drivers of property tax increases. But I don't want us to defund inexpensive, high-impact municipal services at the same time that the regional council has proven unwilling to rein in out-of-control spending by the police department. I would like to acknowledge and thank Mayor McCabe for being one of the few members of regional council to vote against the tax increase caused by the police budget. The challenge council will face when trying to reduce property taxes is that because the size of its budget is comparatively small, large cuts would be needed in order to provide a meaningful reduction in property taxes. I calculated that in order for council to reduce the property tax by $1 per month on an average Waterloo household, it would have to cut $750,000 from the proposed budget. This means that when you are looking at line items in the budget, if the cost is less than this, is it really worth reducing the service if cutting it won't even produce a meaningful reduction in the tax bill? If we're serious about cutting property taxes, we're not going to have a meaningful impact by targeting the smallest items in the budget. Now, if you can find ways of reducing the tax burden without having a negative impact on services, you should pursue them. And I think the staff have given you quite a few good examples of that in their menu items. But it would be a mistake for council to cut low-cost, high-impact services when the biggest drivers of property tax increases are outside of its control. Now, the service expansions for sidewalk snow clearing are a great example of how the City of Waterloo is able to deliver high value at low cost. On this slide, I benchmarked the cost of these service expansions against 1 year of the regional tax increases for 2024. 3 years of tax increases supporting sidewalk snow clearing are outstripped by a single-year tax increase by the police budget. Clearing snow from sidewalks is not what's driving the property tax increase. This is just one example, and if you apply a similar analysis to other items in the City of Waterloo's budget, you'll find that many items have a small impact on the total municipal tax bill while delivering high value. I'd like to thank Council for voting unanimously to add sidewalk snow clearing to the budget last June. This demonstrates that Council was listening to the feedback it received as part of the 2023 budget process and has effectively incorporated that feedback into the budget you're voting on today. Now, as someone who advocated for sidewalk snow clearing last year, I wasn't fully satisfied with this proposal because I wanted the city to clear all its sidewalks from snow, as many other municipalities do. However, I was impressed by how effectively city staff were able to identify specific targeted improvements that would have both a high impact and a low cost. What you see in the budget is a reasonable compromise between residents who wanted more extensive snow clearing and residents who were concerned about cost. Now let's look at some of the components of the sidewalk snow clearing service enhancements in detail. So on this slide, this is a photo I took of a curb-faced sidewalk on Regina Street. A curb-faced sidewalk has no boulevard between the sidewalk and the road. This means that snow from the road gets plowed up onto the sidewalk, and even if the sidewalk does get cleared, there's no place to put the snow. The budget includes an initiative starting in 2025 to haul away snow and provide snow plowing services for 30 kilometers of curb-faced sidewalks. This is a high-impact initiative because curb-faced sidewalks are among the worst maintained in the city, and they are the hardest for residents to clear of snow. The cost of this initiative is only 68 cents per month for an average Waterloo household. The next slide shows that there's a bit of an unfairness in the geographic distribution of curb-faced sidewalks, shown in green, which are mostly concentrated in wards 7 and 6. The experience of sidewalk users in these wards is consistently worse than other parts of the city, where nearly all sidewalks have boulevards 1 meter or more, as shown in purple. Now, as a Ward 7 resident, I'd like to thank all the councillors from all wards for coming together last June to unanimously vote for this initiative. It speaks to the unity of our city that you came together to recognize this inequity and to correct a problem that has a disproportionate impact on my ward. On this slide, I zoomed into the uptown area to show that clearing curb-faced sidewalks creates a grid of clear sidewalks in a major shopping and entertainment area of the city, an additional benefit of this initiative. The next slide shows that another reason this proposal will have such a high impact is because most of the city's curb-faced sidewalks, shown in dark orange, are concentrated in an area of the city with high pedestrian demand. The darker the purple shading, the more residents walk or use transit to commute. Areas of high pedestrian concentration overlap significantly with the locations of curb-faced sidewalks. So this proposal would have the city clearing the worst maintained sidewalks in the city in an area that has high pedestrian demand without having a material impact on the property tax bill. So on the next slide, I'd like to talk about clearing snow from sidewalks on regional roads. So this is a photo of me and my friend Ashwin partaking in our favorite winter activity, which is taking photos of snow-covered sidewalks, posting them on Twitter, and tagging our city councilors. The snow-covered sidewalk in this photo is on King Street, the main street of our city, and a regional road. The budget calls for regional road sidewalks in priority areas to be cleared starting in 2026 at a cost of 15 cents per month for the average Waterloo household. I would also encourage you to approve menu item M5, which would start this initiative in 2024 rather than 2026. This change would result in the same overall tax increase by the end of 2026, but would allow residents to benefit from the service earlier and potentially produce savings on bylaw enforcement costs. Item M5 also fits in well with item M30, which uses the winter control reserve to smooth the tax increases more evenly over 3 years. I also encourage you to approve menu item M14, which would extend regional road sidewalk clearing across the city, starting in 2025, costing only 29 cents per month for the average Waterloo household. This is both a low-cost menu item and one that ensures fairness by providing the service to all residents of Waterloo. So this map of regional roads shows the importance of clearing sidewalks on these roads. It has a big impact because these roads act as transportation arteries for the city, and in many parts of the city, there is a regional road nearby. Now, this still falls short of clearing all sidewalks of snow. After all, you do need to be able to get to a regional road in order to use it, but it makes sense to prioritize these roads as a starting point. Transit routes often follow regional roads, and clearing sidewalks on these roads will make it easier to access transit. And this slide just illustrates the benefits of menu item 14. The current budget proposal only covers the red area, but M14 would extend it citywide. So on the next slide, I would like to encourage you to approve menu item M10, which would add sidewalk snow clearing in all school zones. This would cost the average Waterloo household 29 cents per month, starting in 2024. The map on this slide shows regional roads as black lines, curb-faced sidewalks as dark orange lines, and elementary and secondary schools as blue markers. This shows that many schools are not near regional roads or curb-faced sidewalks, so they wouldn't benefit from the earlier initiatives that I discussed.
I just wanted to give you a 30-second warning.
All right, well, I think I'll just close then by saying that the benefit of this is that the other initiatives largely focus on benefits for people who use sidewalks for things like shopping, entertainment, or commuting, or going to post-secondary institutions. But this would extend the benefits to another group of sidewalk users, namely those who are walking to and from school. So with that, I will close by thanking you for taking the time to listen to my feedback today.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the delegate council? Mayor McCabe.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Just wanted to thank you, Craig, for outlining this in such great detail. And I appreciate the way you can use data to make this very, I don't know if the word's simple, but to make it very clear what, the direction that we are hoping, or some of it, we'll decide that later today, but really where staff were directing us to consider. So thank you very much for, I just appreciate your interest in and time you've taken to present us with this information.
Thank you for your kind words.
Other questions, council? I had one. I know that you focused on sidewalk clearing. Overall, what is your expectation of council is to see, you've asked us to bring some more things online. Are you comfortable with the tax increases where they are? Should they be higher? Should they be lower?
So I'd say you have to consider it from an individual line item perspective, right? Like I understand that we want to keep taxes low, right? But if we're looking at something small in the budget and we think it's important, and cutting it isn't going to produce a meaningful reduction in the tax burden, then I don't think we should be cutting it, right? So I don't know if it really answers your question, other than to say that I would take it line by line. But overall, I think that you have some opportunities to do some reductions that don't have an impact on services. So I think that I would suggest that you focus on those types of cuts and reduce what you can without impacting services.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Yep. Our next delegation is Mr. Maven. Welcome, Mr. Maven. And once you're settled, you have 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much, and appreciate you welcoming me back again, Chair Freeman. So we talked before about by the way, I just have to comment, trying to compete with the region of Waterloo and the police budget, don't, you're going to lose. They're going to increase higher than you are every time. So it's a game, it's a loser's game. Staff proposed budget increases. You're familiar with this, I won't spend any time on it. I showed you this last time. I got up at 6:30 in the morning, Friday because I had to meet Rook's deadline at 9:30, and I prepared this presentation. And you can see there's very blurry. So based on the original proposed budget, 22.7% over 3 years versus 22.2% in Rim Park. I just want to remind you of that. This is the slide I didn't get to last time. Concentrate on the second column, and that is the net municipal levy per capita from 2010 to 2017. This is after Rim Park's impact on taxes in Waterloo. So what you've got is, and by the way, I don't have the BMA report for 17 to 23 or 24. We're number 2. So the city of Waterloo is spending more per capita on municipal levy than everybody but Mississauga. Nothing to be proud about. Certainly not a benchmark I'd want to use as a recommendation for whatever. I don't know, and I'm trying to be constructive here, believe it or not. I don't know whether you took my suggestion on relocating or rationalizing fire station locations. I don't know whether you directed staff to go talk to Kitchener and how many millions they saved. I doubt it, but that's me being cynical. Here's a really quick cost benefit. The mouse is not working. I don't know if you can answer that question or not. Anyway, look at the chart. Top right-hand corner. By moving Station 3 to the southwest corner, the very first year, you save $1 million compared to the proposal that's before you right now. What you saw, and Mr. Witzel did a good job of presenting, you had 2 real budget changes, assessment growth and interest income. The rest of it were all deferrals. Nothing more than that. Thank you. So there's your savings the very first year, $1,065,000. The cost of a fire station is nothing compared to the cost of the firefighters who manned or person it, or whatever you want to call it. So here's the accumulated cost right now based on the proposal I saw and used. So the accumulated cost ends up being excuse me, my hands are a little shaky. And no, I'm not nervous. Here's the cost of the debt amortization, 5%, over 20 years annually, after allowing for $12 million that you already have in the capital budget for renovations of Station 2. So what's the savings the second? Well, never mind that. Let's just go down to the bottom. Over 20 years, you're going to save $55 million by relocating and expanding Station 2 or Station 3 than doing what you're going to do, what you plan to do. I know you say you've got a fire master plan, and Chair Freeman, I'll take your, in case I get going, 2-minute warning would be good. Okay. So for spending $16 million on debt to build a new fire station, you have industrial land in the southwest. That's the area the fire marshal defined as being underserviced. So why not use it? Council has options. Council always has options. You're the ones in control. The nice thing about being a councillor, you actually apply for the job. And you pay your own money to get the job. And then you get paid the smallest amount of anybody in the city. But you're in charge. So that's the kind of world we're dealing in when we're dealing with municipal politics. But you can return this budget, which you've already done on the 29th, apparently. I missed that. Back to staff to revise it to a reasonable to be determined amount. Not what staff are going to present to you. You're going to tell staff what you want. Here's the level of increase we can accept. Bring it down to that. Find a way to do it. Deferrals aren't the way. Return this budget to staff and require staff to prioritize all new service level items. Here's the easy ones, the really easy ones. Council could approve this budget today in about maybe an hour, maybe 2. Just only approve 1 year. 2024, just approve that. spend, instead of 2 weeks to find adjustments and changes to the budget, use 12 months to find it. And you'd be surprised what you come up. I showed you where you can save $55 million over 20 years. That was an easy one. So you can bring back the 2-year budgets for 25, 26, but you do not have to approve a 3-year budget. Defer, wasn't I nicer last time? No, okay. Defer all new expenses until the debt payments are done. In 2031, you're going to have this load of money, $7 million, I've heard various ones, $6 million. Take that $6 million and use that to expand some of the things that are being requested. The requests that are being made now are coming from a strat plan. Did you ever ask for a costing of the strat plan? I've never seen a council ever ask for a costing of a strat plan. But if you knew what the strat plan was going to cost you, the official plan, whatever you want to call it, maybe you'd change your mind on asking for things. There are many other options you can choose. I heard the mayor mention earlier about low-income housing, which is good. Again, remember I told you last time, Waterloo had the first low-income housing facility in the region. The region, this is back when Ken Sealing was still in office, approved a property, a water reservoir up on Herb Street West to be used for low-income housing. It's a rather unique proposal. Basically, the region would give the land, the developers would come in and build the property according to regional specs, and all the region of Waterloo would have to do is pay the 13, whatever the development charges would be. I don't know what they'd be. But anyway, that's a solution. That's using your thought processes. Let's call it that way. Any questions?
Questions for Mr. Maven, Council? Mayor McKay? No. Oh, sorry, Councillor Hanmer. Okay.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Just similar as I said to the previous delegate, I appreciate the time that you've put into your presentation and coming to us. I know this is the second time, and as well as the time you spent as a staff and as a city councillor. So I appreciate your continuing strong interest in municipal government, and appreciate you bringing your ideas to us today.
Thank you, Mayor McCabe. I appreciate that. We all get so much time here on Earth, and when it comes down to it, you sort of hope that you can have an impact. And it doesn't have to be something that's a statue or anything else, but just doing something good for Waterloo. Like I said, I came back to work here twice because these people are fantastic, the city's fantastic. I just don't like what I'm seeing right now. And I'm hoping that things will change, but we'll see.
Councillor Hanmer.
Thank you, Chair Freeman, through you. Bob, thank you very much for coming last time and again today. As a Ward 1 resident, I always really enjoy your comments and our chance to catch up on what's been happening within the city. And I guess I just want to close the loop on the example you gave of using initiatives and working together to create housing solutions. I think no one more than I will be very excited when 555 Beechwood finally has a building on it.
Yes, how long is that, if I may, how long has that been going on now?
It's been in the works for a little while. It's
Yeah,
coming.
about
It's
10
making
years.
it's making great progress. So it will be good to do that. But I appreciate you challenging us to make sure we're thinking about all the tools that we have to be able to use. So thank you again for coming today.
Okay. I should comment, because I get an opportunity to, the tools are only useful if you do use them.
And I just wanted to let you know, Mr. Maven, that I have followed up with with staff with regard to your comments on fire rationalization. So there are other aspects associated with fire, most notably the fact that we're building up instead of out. And so those firefighters are needed to manage density more than they are needed to be spread out across the city. So I did want you to know that I did follow up. It did not fall on deaf ears.
And believe me, staff are much better proponents of their programs than I am as an opponent. So I appreciate that comment too. The one thing about it is that if we're building up, why do we pre-approve a pumper instead of an aerial truck?
That's all covered in the fire master plan.
I've read it.
And so I did follow up, Mr. Maven. I did want you to know.
Okay.
And I appreciated that. And as you know, I followed up with you by email before making those additional inquiries, so,
Thank you. This will be the last time you see me here.
yeah. Thank you for coming. Yeah, for sure.
Thank you. Just a question of staff based on the delegates' presentation there. Could you highlight for me the level of efficiencies that we gain from doing a 3-year budget and approving everything in one go versus a 1-year budget?
Through Chair Freeman and Councillor Bodley, yeah, I think from staff's perspective, which was outlined in the budget summary report in December, and many reports since this was started in 2008, there are a tremendous amount of efficiencies from staff's perspective in terms of approving a 3-year budget. Not to also mention that it is flexible, that it does come back, it provides council the opportunity to make adjustments if needed. But when we're not spending a sufficient amount of staff resources developing the budget, prioritizing the budget, the staff is able to do value-add work for the community. So as a couple of examples, if you look at staff in engineering, those staff are now managing projects versus developing project sheets and helping balance budgets. Staff in finance are focused on pursuing grants. So if we look at the most recent 3-year budget of 2020 to 2022, if we were embarking on annual budget processes, staff would have been tied up in those processes versus all of the time we spent securing upwards of $10 million of federal and provincial COVID relief funding, as an example. So there are thousands of hours saved across various staff desks when we do multi-year budgets. And at the same time, it is flexible and adaptive to respond to changes as needed. So hopefully that helps answer your question. But in large part, Waterloo is regarded as a leader in municipal budgeting. Multiple year budgeting, I should say. Thank you.
And just as a follow-up to that question, would it be fair to say too, it adds in flexibility with regard to we're basically tendering, so we can time tendering off-season?
Yeah, through you, Chair Freeman, that is also correct. So the multi-year budget will provide that approval for capital projects. So we can go out and we can issue tenders early in the season, or we can issue multi-year tenders to secure good pricing. That's another great example.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Basak?
I don't have a question related to the delegation, but I just wanted to make some comments before we get started. I can just go.
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you. So many of the things I want to say are similar to what Mayor McCabe and Chair Freeman said, and so I thought maybe I shouldn't say them, but I think the difference is I support the original staff tabled budget, and so I wanted to just make that really explicitly clear. And I'm also very happy to give due consideration to the menu items that are coming before us for reductions. I think some are going to be good to activate, and I don't see myself approving some of them, but I'm really glad to see them and thank staff for putting them together as well, and I'm looking forward to deliberating on those more. But what I really want to say, and it should only take a minute and a half or so, so bear with me. Yes, as we embark on the process, I just want us to also consider the difference between the original staff tabled budget and what it would be with the all menu items activated. So in the original staff tabled budget, the average total dollar increase for a household over the next 3 years is $336, which amounts to about $9.33 per household per month. If we activate all the reductions from the new menu items that staff have sent us on Friday, the increase for 3 years will be $298. That amounts to $8.28 per month per household. So that's a difference of $1.05 per month per household. So, because I love the idea of redistributing wealth on a grand scale and on a smaller scale, when we have wealth through our properties, for example, that's the small scale that we deal with. I'd like us all to just imagine what distributing this small household investment, and maybe a little more if we activate a few of the original menu items, what it'll mean for the collective good of Waterloo, a place we all love, and as well as the people who live in it, who we care for, and particularly for those who are struggling most, like students, lone parent families, and artists among them who are finding challenges with affordable housing, among other challenges. So for the many in our community who are privileged enough to bear an approximate $9 increase, $9.33, this small personal financial adjustment will have huge positive ripple effects. We'll invest in initiatives to level the playing field for folks who have been left out of previous municipal budgets. The work of the Ready team is just getting underway, and we're also investing in making it easier to get around with sidewalk snow clearing, and I really appreciated your proposal there. I've spent more paying a teenager to shovel my sidewalk over the course of a weekend than I would with some of these proposals, so thanks for highlighting that, Craig. And of course, we'll prepare our city for the future through investments in infrastructure, the reserves which came in so handy during COVID, and for other rainy days that we're going to see with climate change, for example, and matching our fire safety needs with the growing population. And we'll all benefit, and we'll save some of our own hard-earned money through investment and enjoyment in parks and playgrounds, in recreation facilities, in libraries, with Lumen and Waterloo, which is coming up on Saturday, new business. We have inherited a legacy of under-resourcing, and today we get to decide if we want to perpetuate that legacy or if we want to carve a better path forward for younger generations, a future in which we move towards being future-ready. We continue to meet Waterloo's high service level expectations with small investment, like you're saying too, Craig. That was a great thesis, and tend to the needs of our community that's growing in size and in diversity. So thanks. That's where I'm starting from for this budget.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it. I wanted to thank the delegates. I know that some have headed out. As we move into staff reports, I want to present a short summary of the process of the day. So it's kind of just a reminder of what was in the memo that we all received. So the agenda has operating budget requests grouped together by budget category and type. This ensures clarity related to what council is approving and allows for efficient decision-making. I will see if any member of council wishes to consider an item within a section individually, and if not, we'll vote on those sections as a group. As an example of what I'm suggesting, on page 5 of the agenda under section 10C, base budget requests efficiency, there are 3 recommendations grouped 1, 2, and 3. And unless council wishes to vote on those items separately, I will call the vote on this section as a group. We will consider the staff tabled budget items as presented in the agenda, leaving the discussion of the menu items and potential reduction options until the end. The budget menu list, other changes section begins on page 27 of the agenda and refers to the 2024-2026 budget memo that was at the end of the revised council packet. We will consider the new reduction options as well as reduction options already in the menu, and staff will help to walk us through these considerations, and we'll have a revised menu list on screen to help keep us on track. From the staff tabled menu list, council may activate reductions or revenue opportunities that are put forward. Council will also have the option of advancing any of the noted pressures that fall outside the table budget and bring them onto the budget. Staff have ranked these items, so they've gone through them and given priority to the ranking as you see them. However, council may still choose their own order of preference. Please note the items are items that you wish to consider when we get there in the agenda. Once they're on the floor, you can speak to that item, and then we will call a vote on each item. The budget day file is also set up to add any other items that council wishes to bring forward for consideration. The budget day file that staff will display has the agenda groupings displayed, and each section is clearly noted for ease of review. We will take a break during the meeting as needed in the afternoon. I will continue to check in regarding potential breaks. We will schedule a brief recess to allow staff to update their files based on discussions prior to beginning the menu deliberations. If council is seeking more complex changes to the budget, I will call for a brief recess to allow staff to update the budget, or if changes cannot be addressed today, we will approve the other items and direct staff to report back at a later date. In closing, I would like to thank our staff for their commitment to working with this council in developing a budget to support excellent service delivery to the citizens of Waterloo and providing us with options in this process. I thank our council for their contribution and long hours of focus on the most important aspect of our job. I thank the Budget Committee and the various staff throughout the organization, as well as the community, for their contribution to this operating capital budget process over the past 2 months. Thank you. And we are now on to item number 9. So item number 9 is Regulations 20809 Budget Expense Exclusions. We have a report, there's no presentation. Is there any questions of Mr. Hedinga? Seeing none, do I have a mover? Moved by Councillor Rowe, seconded by Councillor Bodley. All those in favor? That is carried. Mayor, are you with? Yeah, that's carried unanimously. Sorry, I just didn't see your hand. We are now on to operating budget item 10A. And I'm just going to turn to staff to please read in the numbers for council's consideration.
Thank you, Chair Freeman. And you'll see Michael is displaying the budget day approval file. So the recommendation 1I, that council approves a $2,742,304 increase of ongoing funding in 2024 operating expenses related to labor relations of employee compensation after enterprise contribution. Item 2, that council approves a $2,698,696 increase of ongoing funding for 2025 operating expenses related to labor relations or employee compensation after enterprise contribution. And item 3, that council approves a $2,655,930 increase of ongoing funding for 2026 operating expenses related to labor relations or employee compensation after enterprise contribution.
Thank you. Do we have a mover for those 3 items together? Moved by Councillor Hanmer, seconded by Councillor Wright. Is there any of those 3 years that anyone would like to pull out, vote on separately? Seeing none. Oh, sorry, Councillor Roach.
I just have a brief question, and excuse me, Chair Freeman, for being new here. But I understand, like, we typically do a 3-year budget process, and as we heard Mr. Witzel's rationale with regard to efficiencies and multi-year, but you know, and considering, you know, the whole new, I guess, overall 19% tax rate, is it possible even to vote on each individual year, or no?
Yep, it is. When we get to the end of the agenda,
Like
item
item
number
13?
13 of the agenda will
Okay.
be each year's increase. And if you'd like, Councillor Roach, I can ask for a separate recorded vote on each of those 3 years.
Thank you. The difficulty I'm having on voting, even on something like this, is that we're talking about 25 and 26.
It's true, we are. If you'd
Okay.
like to vote each year separate,
Okay.
at this point, I'm happy to call item 1I and go through them each separate. I'm happy to do that.
I would appreciate that. I don't know if there needs to be a vote to consider that.
Well, I've moved them as a group, but we
Yes.
can vote on each separate. So I will now call the vote on item 1I. All those in favor? That's carried unanimously. Item 1II, that's 2025. All those in favor? That's carried, and opposed is Councillor Roach. Item 1III, all those in favor? That's carried, and 1 opposed. Thank you. We are now moving on to item base budget requests. So this is base budget requests funding items 1 through 7. And so my suggestion is similarly that we move and second these as a block, But then I'm going to look to council if they have questions on any of the individual items. And I'm also happy to call the vote on each item separately or together. So I'll look to council to provide some direction in terms of if you'd like me to do them separate. So, yes?
Just a point of clarification. I'm not sure that we can do it the same way that you've just suggested, because putting the groups together, but each one of the motions, you would then divide into each of the years. Is that what I heard you say? Maybe clerk can help us with that.
Yeah, so, go ahead, Julie.
I think, through the chair to Councillor Hanmer, this would be a little bit different than the last time. You're correct,
Yeah.
I don't think we could divide these out, but it would be more a case of if, for example, someone felt that they wanted to vote on item B6 perhaps differently than they would vote on the other 6, that you might want to pull that out so that you're not voting once for all 7. But if council felt as though they were planning on voting the same way for items 1 through 7, then you could treat it like a consent menu. But we would not, it's not dividing it out by year, certainly, as we did previously.
There's only a few items that are by year, and this is
Correct.
not one of them.
That's why I'm asking for the clarification in due respect to Councillor Roach and what he was looking for with the last item. It wouldn't be possible to do it the way that we had done it for the other one, because there are 7 items together.
Correct, through the chair. So when council gets to, I'm trying to remember if it's 12 or 13. 13. That's probably the next occasion where, yeah, you would do that by year.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, items 1 to 7, can I just move in second and get those on the table, please? Moved by Councillor Bodley, seconded by Councillor Hanmer. Now, within these items, is there any that council would like to vote on separately? Please let me know by raising your hand. Okay, seeing none, sorry, Councillor Roach, go ahead.
As mentioned earlier, I'm not comfortable voting on 25 and 26. Items with 25 and 26. There are some that are just 24.
I understand, and these are not separated that way, so if you're not comfortable
Okay.
voting on budget items number 20, for 25 and 26, you'll have to wait to item number 13. You can choose to not vote for any items up until that point, if that's what you choose to do. Things that are just in 24, if you'd like to pull those out and vote on them separately, you have every right to do that as well. But for many of these, they cover all 3 years.
Thank you, Chair.
Is there any items between items 1 and 7 that anyone would like to pull? Seeing none. All those in favor of items 1 through 7? That's carried with 1 opposed. Base budget requests, items 1 through 3. Yes, sorry, my apologies. 1 opposed, Councillor Roach. Base budget requests, these are the efficiencies, items 1 through 3. Is there someone that would willingly move those 3 items together? Moved by Councillor Vasek, seconded by Mayor McCabe. Is there any of these 3 items that council would like to vote on separately? Seeing none. All those in favor? That is carried unanimously. Item D. Base budget requests committed, items 1 through 9. Is there someone who's willing to move those items together? Moved by Councillor Rowe, seconded by Councillor Hanmer. Is there any of those items that people have questions on or would like to vote on separately? Seeing none. All those in favor? That is carried unanimously. Item E. Base budget requests, items 1 through 6. Is there someone willing to move those together? Moved by Councillor Bodley and seconded by Mayor McCabe. And can I ask which item that you had questions on?
Yeah,
Well, just go ahead and ask your question for sure.
Yeah, I had a question on item, number one, item B23, the project coordinator, with the Ready team. Do you want me to just go ahead and ask my question? Yeah, okay. So I have a question, which sort of, and also a bit of a concern with that. I mean, obviously, the work that the Ready team does is really critical and important. But I'm wondering about also a position that was discussed at the extended ECMT a couple of weeks ago, because there's an application that's been made to, I believe, the federal government for funding. And so I'm wondering how these two positions, the one that's being proposed here and then the one that would come if we receive I think it's $1 million worth of funding from the federal government, how those two positions would work together, if there's duplication there. The other thing I'm wondering about is, right now, we don't have a director of our Ready team in place because Sanjay is on a secondment to London. And so I'm wondering if a position like this should be deferred until we have the director, the interim director in place, and allow that person some time to consider what they may need in what kind of staff levels they may need in the role. So I guess I'll look to Tim on that.
Mr. Anderson?
Thank you, Chair Freeman. Yes, thank you, Mayor. I will try to work backwards a little bit, acknowledging your questions. Yes, as Council knows, Sanjay is away on a secondment for up to 24 months with City of London. We are in active recruitment for that director role right now, and as I noted during business plan presentations, I'm optimistic that we'll fill that position within the coming weeks. And it is a needed leadership position for sure. This particular position will work probably very synergistically with the grant application proposal that staff have advanced. And that is an IRCC application for support for newcomers and refugees into the community. This was a 100% grant dollar application opportunity that staff identified and have sought after. We just submitted the application a couple of weeks ago, so it'll take probably several months to determine whether the City of Waterloo is successful or not. And that position will work closely with our community services team and the Ready team, again, as I noted, with a real focus on supporting for newcomers into our community. Again, the project coordinator role, this one is back-ended in the 3-year program in 2026. So it is a position that is currently filled on a contract basis, but we didn't see the need to fill on a permanent basis until 2026, just allowing a little bit more time for the team to kind of come together and identify the specific requirements of the project coordinator role. But as you know, the Ready team is taking on a pretty big mandate across the corporation, both internally and externally. This role will help with the internal working groups that are up and running across the city, help deliver on the implementation of our staff census and inclusion survey. And so there's, I think, in my view, ample opportunity for collaboration with that future IRCCC role, but as well with many of the demands on the existing team. So I'll end there, Mayor. Yep, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Could you just remind me then, what is the staff component of the Ready team presently?
Currently, through your Chair Freeman, there are the director position and 3 full-time positions and 1 contract employee in the team. So 4 staff exist right now. There's also co-op students that participate with the team. It varies by number from term to term, but usually 1 or 2 co-op students as well.
Okay, thank you very much.
So is there any other, Councillor Rowe?
Through you, Chair, I just wanted to follow up on that question that the mayor posed, and Tim, about the opportunity for a grant. So I'm just wondering how this would play out if we approved the position today and then the grant opportunity came through. How does that play out in terms of the budget?
Through you, Chair Freeman. So this particular position is funded in 2026 the way it's proposed right now. We're optimistic we will hear about the grant opportunity, say by the second or third quarter of 2024. And if that is approved, that position, that role will be separate from the project coordinator role and would proceed right now, yeah. Or when the grant is approved, yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions on these budget items? I'm going to ask you, Mayor McCabe, did you want to make, would you like to vote on item B23 separate? No, that's okay. Okay, then I will ask if anyone would like to vote on any of the other items separately. Seeing none, all those in favor? That is carried unanimously. We are on item F, operating impacts of capital and growth committed, items 1 and 2. May I have a mover for those two items? Moved by Councillor Vasek, seconded by Councillor Bodley. Would anyone have any questions, or would you like to vote on any of these two items separately? Councillor Hanmer.
Thank you, through you. It's just a question. I'm just wanting to make sure I'm understanding G1 correctly. That included in the increase is the staffing, or is it in addition to what's being proposed?
Through Chair Freeman to Councillor Hanmer, sorry. So this particular item would be a 5-year average winter control budget adjustment that does include seasonals, but it is not related to the increased service level enhancements on sidewalks. So it is the base winter control budget where we had been, to meet minimum standards, hiring additional seasonals, and this is to true us up. Hope that helps.
Thank you. Yes, that does clarify it.
Any questions on any other items? Would anyone like to vote on either of these two items separate? Seeing none, all those in favor? That's carried unanimously. We are now on to item G, operating impacts of capital and growth. And there's items 1 through 6. And what staff have done here is they've identified what capital references tie to some of these pieces. Now, I did look through these earlier. I do not believe capital reference 201 is in any of these. So I appreciate that it's a bit of a number of pages here, but I wanted to make sure that staff understood the connection between those two. Okay, thank you. Staff found your one conflict. Is there any of the items, oh, sorry, I'd like to see if I could get a mover and a seconder to put those items on the table. Moved by Councillor Hanmer, seconded by Councillor Bodley. Of the items that are there, did anyone have any questions for staff? I realize that we have asked a lot of questions on these items up to today, so I appreciate that. We've asked extensive questions during the business plans, and so I know that you've all gone through these with a fine-tooth comb and asked many questions as well on the capital projects that are referenced here. So I wouldn't want anyone to think that lack of questions on these items doesn't mean that we haven't spent 6 weeks asking questions on these items. So seeing no questions, did anyone want to vote on any of these items separate? Seeing none, all those in favor? That is carried unanimously. We are on to item H. Service level change requests. There's items 1 through 10. May I ask for a mover of those items? Moved by Councillor Bodley, seconded by Councillor Hanmer. Thank you. Now, questions on these items. Mayor McCabe?
Thank you. I'm not sure if this would work or not, but I just want to ask about the proposed annual increase for Waterloo Economic Development Corporation. I mean, understanding that they do good work across the community, across the region, and certainly for the city of Waterloo with foreign direct investment. But part of what, I mean, I'm troubled a little bit by two things. One, that we're being asked to pick up the cost, which was previously being funded by the province and the federal government. Do we know definitely that the federal and the provincial government are ending their funding for this, or are they, or is the Waterloo Economic Development Corporation anticipating that their budget, that their funding won't be renewed in the upcoming budgets? I guess that question's to you, Tim.
Thank you. Through you, Chair Freeman. Mr. McFadden's in the audience too, and he may want to add in. When council did consider the new funding agreement for Waterloo Region ECDEV Corporation, Tony Lemontia did present the kind of headwinds that are before them with federal and provincial funds that they had relied on for many years to help offset their operating costs. I know they are still keenly trying to advance funding opportunities when they present themselves and trying to continue to cultivate that relationship. In fact, they did receive $3 million in funding from FedDev in January of this year. It is not specific to their operating programs, sort of a new program opportunity with a real rural focus in Waterloo region, but there's some definite benefits for the urban areas as well. So they are seeing some success there, but I think there's a difference now in their operating formula. So the dollars that they are probably more successful moving forward from the province and the feds are going to be tied to incremental net new programs that they can offer. So I think I'll end there. I don't know, Mr. McFadden, if you want to add a little bit more there. I would note too that council's approval of the agreement with Waterloo Region ECDEV Corporation was subject to today's budget approval. So just for council's information. But over to you, Justin.
Thank you, Tim. The only other thing that I would add is Cambridge and Kitchener have approved the matching increase already. So this would put us at a bit of a deficit to Kitchener and Cambridge's contributions. I think the intent initially, and we've sort of stayed true to that since the inception of Waterloo EDC, was that each of the three cities within the region would try and fund equally so that the efforts would be equally provided to each of the cities in terms of serving up those opportunities. And they have certainly done a really, really good job of driving investment into the region over these last 7 years.
Thank you. Other questions on these menu items, Council? Councilor Wright.
Thank you. Just an additional question through you, Chair, regarding that item that was just under discussion. Is there a risk associated with the funding that is associated in 2024, so that's the 100,000, versus a modestly reduced amount? Is there any risk to WREDC in terms of their operations or how they would proceed with this year's programs?
Through the councillor, we probably need Tony here to answer that question directly. I do know they do have a fairly robust budget plan in terms of where they're targeting to spend their money in terms of obviously staff, but also the various FDI initiatives that they are running. So I think it's safe to say that it would have an impact on their plans for 2024, but in terms of specifically what programs or exactly how, I probably wouldn't be able to say at this point.
So just to follow up, it is operations funding that we're supporting?
Yes. Yep.
Other questions on these menu items, Council? Okay, would anyone like to vote on items separately within this menu item? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Okay, we are now on to item J. Items 1 through 7, may I ask for those to be put on the table, please? Moved by Counselor Vasek, seconded by Counselor Rowe. Questions on any of these items, staff? Oh, sorry, I, what did I say, J? Oh, yeah, it's just hard to read on the green, so my apologies. It's item I, items 1 through 7, service level change increase.
I just have a
Question, Mayor McCabe.
Yeah, thank you. I just had a question of clarification for the community inclusion initiatives. Is this proposal to replace the contract that we have with the City of Kitchener and the services? I guess I should be looking at maybe Mark. Is this like we currently have a contract with the City of Kitchener for inclusion services. Sorry, I had to keep adjusting to see your face. So I'm just wondering if that contract then will end, or how this position plays into the contract that we have with the City of Kitchener. If you could just outline that.
Through the chair to the mayor, Jim Bowman's going to come forward. He's got some different perspectives that can offer the insights needed here.
Thanks very much.
Through excuse me, my voice is going. Through you, Mayor. We currently do have an inclusion services model with Kitchener. Our intent is to enhance that program, that service, by initiating a change in which we will gradually remove ourselves from that arrangement with Kitchener over the next 3 or 4 years in order to really enhance and expand the services that we have in Waterloo. That's the intent of it. So the first year will be status quo with Kitchener. In year 2025, we're looking at a possible maybe 50-50, and then maybe after that, a full-blown inclusion with our team. This is a tremendous benefit to our city, no doubt about it. And so, as noted earlier with the Ready team, the Ready team is really strategic. This particular position is now operational, bringing the programs for all ages, all groups, religions, different things, in order to facilitate a stronger inclusion program for our community.
Thank you. But it also would help focus on accessibility, like for kids, youth, adults with special needs, or
that's very
whether
correct.
they're physical.
For our camp programs, that's very correct, yes.
So we currently have a contract with the City of Kitchener, and then gradually we'll phase it out, and that will, on one end, will save some money through that contract that exists. But you think it will take just 2 years to phase out of that?
We believe it'll take about two years, yes.
Okay, no, okay, thank you. I just wanted to be clear what was sort of, what was currently happening, and then where the shift will take place. And I think you articulated really well why it's important for our community, so thank you.
Other questions? Councillor Hanmer.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Just to follow on to that, Jim, don't go anywhere. The numbers that are before us, I appreciate that we're getting out of one contract and bringing it all in-house. Is that reflected in the numbers that are presented before us?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you correctly. Say again.
My question is, we're easing out of the contract with Kitchener.
Yes.
So the numbers that are before us in years 2 and 3 of the budget we're approving, have they been incorporated in, has the reduction in the contract been incorporated into what you're asking us for?
Through you, yes, they have been.
Thank you. Thank you.
Other questions on items in this section, Council? Seeing none, would anyone like to vote on any of these separately? Councillor Roach.
Item S12, the $100,000 increase to funding of the splash pad.
Okay, thank you. So pardon?
I just wanted to make one other comment, just the fact that there's 3 planners and a site plan coordinator included in this bucket, if you want to call that. I mean, this is in direct response to the changes from provincial planning legislation particularly, and you know, given the targets that we now have to meet of approvals within 90 days, this is, I mean, these positions are, again, really critical. Either we fund these positions and meet these new increased timelines that the province has set, or we will not meet these timelines and we will have to pay back significant amounts of money to the development community. So it's this is what's the expression, a pound in for a penny, or it's the pound someone help me here. It's you pay now to save later. Yes, thank you. I'm mixing too many metaphors. Anyway, I just wanted to make that comment that I mean, we do have tremendous housing applications that are coming into Waterloo. We've had over 23,000 housing units at some point in the approvals process just in 2023. I'm not sure what the number is already this year, but I think we've already had 6 or 7 applications come in. So these are positions that again, either we hire them now and meet these timelines, these really aggressive timelines the province has put upon us, or we will pay a significant amount later.
Yeah, and I was going to actually ask Mr. Cotter if he could actually expand on that a little bit with regard to these 2 development planners, just so we can get a sense of if we had one development application where we had to give back all of the development fees because we couldn't approve it in a timely manner, kind of what the cost of city might be.
In response, Councillor Freeman, to the question, it's difficult to say, it depends on the nature of the application, but if it was a subdivision and a zoning amendment, anywhere in the order of $60,000 would be refunded, somewhere in that range. So,
and then how many applications on average do we see annually?
again, difficult. We see a wide range of applications in the order of over 200 applications that are coming through the door of all shapes and sizes, if you will.
And I guess more broadly, Mr. Cotter, what I've observed at least is that the 90-day window doesn't really provide the community valued time to review these applications. So having help to get them through and get public input, maybe you could comment on that.
Through you, Chair Freeman, in response to the question, certainly moving zone changes through in a 90-day time frame may work for something that's very simple, but the nature of development in Waterloo is the majority of our applications are complex, multifaceted intensification projects that require, a fair amount of issues resolution and ideally consultation, and the 90-day time frame makes it really difficult to get meaningful consultation with the community and feedback, and then issues resolution within the time frame set by the province. So it's extremely difficult. Without additional staff resources, we would certainly not be able to even come close.
Thank you. I appreciate the insight. Councillor Wright. Sorry, is your question for Mr. Cotter, or can he sit down? Okay,
sorry.
Thank you.
Through you, Chair, it's a question regarding item S12. So I'm not sure who on staff is going to answer this question, but I just want clarification of why this affects 2024 and not the subsequent years. Thanks.
Through the chair to Councillor Wright, my understanding is in 2024 it would be built into the budget and carried forward through the remaining years.
So it's basically building budget capacity to cover us going forward, and it accounts for, is this a true up then? Yes.
That's correct.
Okay, so right now, we don't have this in the operating budget. We're trying to find this true up somewhere else, probably from a reserve. So this is to bring it into the operating line.
And that accounts for the growth in splash pads in the city?
For the growth and then the existing splash pads. So currently we have Albert McCormick, the 2 at Waterloo Park, the 2 fountains at Waterloo Park, the Uptown Water Fountain, the Barrel Yards Fountain, and then with the, so those are kind of water costs that are lumped in that. And then with the 4 splash pads coming on, East Bridge Green, Blue Beach Link, St. Moritz, and Lexington, there will be some capacity built in those operating budgets to carry those water costs, but this brings us up to our actual costs just for use of water per cubic meter that we're consuming. And that number will fluctuate from year to year based on, you know, just temperatures and climate.
Okay, thank you very much for that detail.
Other questions on these menu items? Councillor Roach.
I've got a question, same question, or same person here, sorry. Just a general question. You said there's about 4 more splash pads coming up. How much is a splash pad? About $1 million?
So it can depend from splash pad to splash pad, and community engagement will drive the price. But yeah, we could be from the $500,000 to $1 million mark, and it would depend on whether it's designed for the neighborhood or as a destination splash pad.
Thank you.
Okay, so if I understand correctly, we're gonna vote on item S12 separate. So items S11 through 17 with item 12 removed, all those in favor? That's carried unanimously. And item S12, all those in favor? That's carried with Councillor Roach contrary-minded. So we're on to item J. This is really the J now, not my second I. So this is items 1 through 7. May I ask for someone to put these on the table? Moved by Councillor Bassick, seconded by Councillor Bodley. Questions, Council, on items I1 through I7? Seeing none, would you like to vote on any of these items separately, Council? Seeing none, all in favor? That's carried unanimously. Item K, reserve funded requests, items 1 through 6. May I have a mover for those 6 items? Moved by Councillor Hanmer, seconded by Councillor Bassick. Okay, so is there questions on these particular items, Council? Councillor Bassick.
Yes, thank you. This is about B21. So I have 2 requests for council on this one. So the budget request for B21, increased funding for not-for-profit cultural sector, is $25,000 for 3 years from 2024 to 2026. I'd like to request an additional $30,000 and have been working with staff to find a potentially appropriate source for that, which would be council contingency, and we can get staff to maybe share a little bit how that would work practically. And the reason for this is to provide more material support to a sector that's been underfunded for ever. And that would be for our key cultural institutions, affiliates, and then also for arts grants, which we know from the COVID recovery grants, those were oversubscribed, so we know there's a lot of need. And even with this increase, it's still far below what this team and the sector needs. And so in addition to the material support, it also shows symbolic support at a time when we have all really seen the challenges that the arts sector is facing, not just the KW Symphony, but I think that really brought it to light for everybody in the community. And also because it's symbolic and it shows the arts community that we also understand that they are at the intersection of other crises like the affordable housing crisis, but there's also been so many amazing exhibits about the climate emergency and how art can really communicate that to so many different audiences. Yeah, my last plug is that it's, of course I've said this before, but like I said, arts help us to advocate for the big change on big social issues, but it's also a way that we can be more and become more resilient through navigating all of these crises. So that's why I'm hoping to have a seconder for this motion and looking forward to any discussion. And then I have a second piece to it asking for a policy, but maybe...
We can do one at a time and maybe send direction with regard to a policy change. Does that make sense?
Yeah, thanks. And maybe should also, maybe do I ask Brad now about how that council contingency piece would work?
Yeah, we can. Yep. And also, I just wanted to say that what Councillor Vasic is asking for is a seconder for an amendment, because we already have a motion on the table, including this item. So it would be an amendment to item B21. Seconded by Councillor Wright. So that's on the table, the amendment. So just in terms of process, we'll vote on the amendment, and then we would vote on the items together. Okay? So over to you, Mr. Witzel.
Through you, Chair Freeman, to Councillor Vasic, and so it's on the table, so we can handle it now. Alternatively, staff had identified this as an additional menu item that we could handle under that section. So maybe I'll defer to council if you would like to consider it as a menu item when we get to that section of the agenda, or would you like to look at an alternate B21?
I think we're here right now.
Okay.
Let's just make the change on the screen to this item so that council understands what they're considering, and then I mean, it's a bit at the will of council. Are you okay to manage it right now, or is it cleaner to deal with it in a menu item? Okay, let's just make a change to that number, please.
Okay, so the number on the screen will not change if it is funded through an offset through council contingency.
That's correct.
It'll reflect as a net, but we will have that clear direction. So what Councillor Vasic is looking to bring forward is an increase in the amount in 2024. I think we had talked about maybe 25 or 30,000, so we'll say 30,000 increase. So the amount in year one would be a 55,000 increase with a reduction in the annual contribution to council's community priority contingency in an equal amount of 30,000, which would be the increase here. So what we would have is 55,000 in year one, 25,000 in year two, 25,000 in year three, and then that would be offset by 30,000 from council contingency in year one, and then 25,000 from, I want to say, the ECDEV reserve, Julie, correct? In years 1, 2, and 3. So it'll be a little bit of a combination of funding sources, but we would have that clear direction from council, and staff will administratively factor this in, and what we would actually have is an ongoing increased base contribution to arts and culture with reductions to the ECDEV reserve and reduction to council contingency. So this is now baked into the base budget on a going forward basis that the arts and culture community can count on.
So for clarity, it's not a tax-based funded piece. So this does not change the tax increase either up or down, but it does commit resources from council's contingency reserve.
That is correct, Councillor Freeman.
So is everyone clear on what we're doing here? Councillor Vasic?
Sorry that I obviously, okay. So the first year, I thought we were doing 3 years from council contingency, but you're saying first year council contingency, 30,000. Second and third year, 30,000 from ECDEV reserve.
So I'll just clarify. So the first B21 as tabled is 25,000 annually from the economic development reserve. So that would not change under this revised B21. What we would be looking to do is increase the amount in year one only by 30,000 from a reduction to council contingency. Council's contingency is not in a place that it could handle an ongoing reduction of 30,000 on an annual basis, so 30,000 each year. That would fully deplete council's contingency at this time, as it's currently only receiving 95,000. So if we were to do 30,000 annually on an ongoing basis, council contingency would be down to almost zero, and that was not what finance was recommending. So what we would do is it would be 50,000, 55,000 in year one with an increase of 25,000. So the inflationary increase will be maintained, so the KCIs and affiliates will be increased by 4.25% on an annual basis, and we would double that amount in year one. So it will, I think, achieve what you were looking to achieve, Councillor Vasek, that we will be inflated, and then we'll take that policy direction forward. But it wouldn't be doubling it on an annual basis.
Okay, all right. So I thought we had, I understood how the process would work differently, because we make an annual contribution to council contingency every year. Yes, in the amount of?
We make an annual contribution in the amount of 90,000 that's baked into the base budget. But when we're making an ongoing change, that's now factored across the board. So the numbers that we had shared, it was only an increase in year one, and then we hold true to the prior 25,000 increases in year 2 and 3. So if the intention is to, in essence, double this increase on an annual basis across all 3 years, we need to look for an alternative source for years 2 and 3 at this point in time.
I see. So what I thought I was asking for, but obviously didn't communicate properly, was just a redistribution of council contingency contributions from 90,000 to 60,000 in the 3 years. You're saying that's what's happening? Then I'm misunderstanding.
That is what's happening.
Okay.
Except it's front-ended. We're doing the entire 30,000 reallocation in year one. If council would prefer, we could increase it by 10,000 each year across the board. Yeah.
That's not what I wasn't asking for an extra 10,000 every year. I was asking for 30, 30, 30. Council contingency will get 60, 60, 60.
And that is what would happen here, yes. So we would do a permanent reallocation of 30,000 across the board. And so the investments of right now, prior to this, it was 25,000. It'll now be 55,000 in year one. And then we'll add another 25,000 more in year 2 and 3. That was already included in B21 as a base recommendation.
Okay, I don't know why I'm not following, but Councillor Hanmer is going to ask a question, and I'm sure it's going to clarify everything for me.
You're putting me to the task. I think through you, Chair, I'm sorry, Councillor Freeman. I believe I'm understanding Mr. Witzel to say exactly what it is you're wanting to accomplish, because it's a reduction in a reallocation of the council contingency fund for year one, and then it becomes into the base everywhere on there. So we don't need, if we did what you were suggesting, we would be doubling it. I know you would like it to do that, however, I don't think we can. So I think the way that it's presented, other than I had a question, should this be showing 30,000 rather than 25?
Yeah, we would need to change this to reflect 30,000 as we
just talked about.
Yeah, that's correct.
Thank you.
Okay, I actually think it will be cleaner for all of us, so we understand this, to deal with it when we get to menu item 34. Is that okay? I think
like more than okay. I'm sorry, I forgot we were supposed to do it then.
I truly think it will be, I'd like to suggest we leave menu item B21 as written here, and we'll deal with it at the menu item, because I think it will be much easier to follow.
The clerk is reminding me that I also have the motion about the policy. Should that come now, or should that come later?
It'll be direction about the policy, so we can deal with it separately. So can I ask the mover and seconder of the amendment to take it off the table, please? And we'll deal with it at the menu item. Okay, thank you. So that I appreciate that. And is there any other questions on these particular menu items? Mayor McCabe.
Thank you. I'm curious about the physician recruitment and why it's referred to as a one-time funding in 2024, as well as one-time funding in 2025, and then one-time funding in 2026. Was that just should that say ongoing? I mean, I also think It's kind of ironic because I think when the physician recruitment process or program started, it was started as a one-time program, like, I don't know, 20 years ago or something like that. But yeah, just curious why it's called one-time funding when it's being repeated.
Through Chair Freeman to the mayor, yeah, these items in this section that are funded by reserves are one-time in nature, or over the course of a 3-year budget, one-time in nature 3 times. And the reason for that in a lot of cases is the reserve may not allow for it to be committed on an ongoing basis. And so it's a temporary funding source. And also for an item like this, there has been, and I mean, staff's happy to look at it differently as part of future budgets, but a desire that this would come back to council on an annual basis to continue to make that approval. But if we were to look at funding this on a permanent basis, adding it to the tax base, you could do with it on an ongoing budget request, but that would add a pressure to the tax base, which is not what we're recommending here. It would be funded by the Economic Development Reserve, so 0 tax base impact, but it's a 3-time, one-time budget request.
Any other questions on these menu items? Would anyone like to vote on any of these menu items separately? Seeing none, all in favor? That's carried unanimously. At this point, council, I would like to take a break before we start onto the menu list, give everyone an opportunity to stretch their legs. I am going to ask Mr. Witzel to bring his presentation up on the menu items again, just so he can run through those few slides so that we can remind ourselves of the next heavy lifting that we're going to be undertaking. So, thank you. I guess 10 minutes? Yeah, 10-minute break. 3:10, please be back. if possible. I'm just waiting on Mayor McCabe because I think it would be respectful. Well, I know that the mayor's en route, and how I would like to start this section, if it's okay with you, council, is I just wanted to give Mr. Witzel an opportunity to remind us of the work that we're about to undertake associated with menu options. Given the fact that Mr. Witzel gave us this presentation at 12:30 today, I just thought there may be some folks that have joined us and some folks that might be online interested in this particular piece. So I hope you don't mind, I've asked him to kind of revisit and remind us of the work that we're about to undertake.
Thank you, Chair Freeman. The clerk has taken us to slide 8, so I'll jump into slide 8 instead of rehashing the first half of the presentation and focus on the menu reductions. So as noted earlier, on January 29th, 2024, staff provided council an update on community engagement feedback received during the 2024 to 2026 budget. So based on this feedback and concerns regarding the level of property tax increase, council directed staff to present options to council at the start of the February 12th budget meeting that, if approved, would reduce the property tax increase. So there are 12 menu reduction options for council consideration. And when we get to that section of the agenda, what we might recommend, council, if you were supportive, is a mover to get those 12 items on the floor, and then you can vote on them one at a time, but that might be the most efficient way to get them all on the table. So this is the first menu reduction, which is additional assessment growth in support of the 2024 budget. So 162,875 in additional assessment growth. So what happens is the city uses a best estimate of 1.1 million within the budget for assessment growth, and our final assessment growth figure as provided by MPAC exceeded that amount, and we did achieve 1.26 million. So this is an opportunity for council to take that additional revenue into the budget. This option or funding reduction of 428,000 in 24, 488 in 25, and 80,000 in 26 is a partial reduction opportunity on S2 fire expansion that would set the budget at a September 1st hire date annually. This option, if activated by council, would lower the 2024 to 2026 property taxes, but would require that staff add it back as part of the 2027 and 2028 to 2030 budgets. Items M23, 24, and 25 are being brought forward as a package. These menu options would result in a funding reduction of 220,000 in 24, 270,000 in 25, and 310,000 in 2026. So the I-7 funding in the staff tabled capital budget, which was approved earlier today, is allocated to capital projects 225, facility transformational change projects, reference 440, corporate services, rehab and replacement needs project, and reference 674, IPPW replacement and rehab needs project. So if these three menu items are activated, council would be maintaining the 225 capital project as is, but we would be adjusting the capital project values for reference 440 and 674, And so those recommendations are prepared if council so chooses to activate this. And so staff acknowledged earlier that implementing this menu option would slow our progress in terms of addressing the infrastructure funding shortfall. However, as part of the 2024 to 2026 budget, there still would be significant progress made in terms of infrastructure, with reference 225 still proceeding, and then the previously just approved items I2, I3, I4, I5, and I6, and then the preventative maintenance funding I1, which was also approved, but as you'll see in a later slide, there is a menu option to reduce that one as well by 100,000. This item would result in savings of 203,000 with equal offsets of 11,000 in 25 and 192,000 in 2026, and this would have to do with delaying the start date of employees that have now been approved by council. So there would be 6 employees approved for 2024 and 4 employees approved for 2025, that this item would see those start dates shifted to June 1st. And just a note or reminder that this does not apply to the positions that council has just approved that have a contract incumbent or where there was a permanent employee already in place. So those positions continue to have a January 1st effective date. This menu item would see a revenue increase of 50,000 in 24, 50,000 in 25, and 50,000 in 26. As staff have reviewed the investment and interest income surpluses, and based on further analysis, further increases is supported and sustainable. So council just approved the increase related to B6. And so if this menu item was, if this menu increase was approved by council, we would see the investment income budget increasing to 2.4 million by 2026. So menu item M28 is a phasing opportunity. Council just approved B11, which includes various funding for memberships and collaborative contributions committed to by the city, including Climate Action, WR, Waterloo Region, Community Energy, Sustainable WR, and REAP. And so this menu item would defer the 30,000 associated with REAP from 2024 to 2025, as an external organization has agreed to pay that on behalf of the city for 2024. This is another one-time phasing opportunity. So council just approved G2, which is the Waterloo Public Library funding increase as in accordance with the parameters of the agreement between the city and the library. And in support of the budget reduction process that the city and staff have been undertaking, the library has also offered to defer a portion of their increase from 2024 to 2025 to help with reduction opportunities to the 2024 to 2026 budget. Menu item M30, so council has approved the winter sidewalk maintenance service enhancements as recommended by staff as part of S3, S4, and S5. And so this menu option would see savings of 93,000 in 2024, 214,000 in 2025, and an increase of 157,000 in 2026 for a net of 150, which would be funded by reallocating the annual winter control reserve contribution to support winter sidewalk services. Just reiterate that the services that have been approved through S3, S4, and S5 would not be impacted. We would be maintaining those same service level increases, but through the use of the winter control reserve and the reallocation of this annual contribution, we would just be looking to smooth out the property tax increase over 2024 to 2026. Council also approved G1, which is the 5-year average winter control budget adjustment. And so with that, along with the approvals of S3, S4, and S5, staff are anticipating that the recent winter control budget deficits may be less frequent, but we will be monitoring this winter control reserve and reporting to council, as we do on all reserves, on an annual basis as part of the reserve and reserve fund report, and we'll just monitor that, that balance. This item would see a reduction of 61,000 in 2024 with an equal increase of 61,000 in 2026. So council just approved S11, which provided funding for 3 initiatives to develop and enhance inclusive programming citywide. So similarly, this menu item would look to use tax rate stabilization funding on a temporary basis to help smooth out that increase evenly across 24 to 2026 with an annual impact of 100,000 with the tax rate stabilization reserve helping smooth that out. And the last menu reduction is M32. And so council just approved I1, which is increased preventative building maintenance funding in the amount of 100,000 in 2025 and 300,000 in 2026. So this item would see a 100,000 reduction in 2026, or alternatively a 200,000 increase in 2026 that would go to support increased building preventative maintenance. So while this is a reduction, it is still progress on our building preventative maintenance funding with an increase of 300,000 over 25 to 2026. So for illustrative purposes, if council approves all the staff tabled property tax budget requests, which has just happened earlier, and approves these 12 menu reductions, which council will be considering momentarily, what would be the 2024 to 2026 final property tax increase? So the annual property tax increase with these 12 menu reductions approved would be 5.96% in 2024, 6.56% in 2025, and 6.44% in 2026. And the average household impact would range between $88 and $107 per year. Council is now about to consider these 12 menu reduction items and any other menu additions or reductions that are on the schedule. And I had noted earlier that I'm happy to answer any questions now or when we get to these menu items, and so we're at these menu items now, and so Michael will display them on the screen, and as council has questions on them, myself or the appropriate staff member will be happy to try to answer that. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Witzel. So my suggestion, council, is that we look at these reduction options and we see how low we can get the budget, and then from here on, other menu items would see the budget go back up. Does that make sense? I'm suggesting maybe we move and second these to get them on the table, all 12, and then we can still vote on them separately, if that makes sense. Mayor McCabe. Okay, moved by Mayor McCabe, seconded by Councillor Roach. So we're going to go through each first, and yes.
Thank you, sorry, my apologies, through you, Chair Freeman. As we embark on this conversation here around these menu items, I wanted to sort of signal my thought process personally, in terms of where my head is at as we're going through these. So I think when I'm looking at these menu items, I think the items that are increasing the budget, the way I see them, these are known pressures. These are pressures that that staff have highlighted to us that if we don't activate these items, that we are potentially creating challenges achieving the goals that the city has laid out. The menu items that are decreasing the budget could potentially create new pressures and or new challenges. And I'm sure like all of you, as I go through these menu items, particularly the new ones, there are some that I think are really good and make sense, and there are others that I think maybe are potentially too risky. So I wanted to highlight that. And before we get going, I think it's really important to contextualize that if you look at the 24 largest municipalities in Ontario, the average homeowner pays the 10th lowest amount in property taxes based on the average home selling price here in the city of Waterloo. We have seen property tax increases across Ontario in the double digits. We've seen some that are right around where we are right now, and we certainly have seen some that are lower. But I think it is really important to note that we are by no means the outlier when it comes to these proposed increases that we have in front of us today, which really sort of leads me to the conversation around fiscal responsibility and our role here on council to be fiscally responsible. And that's really about understanding your pressures and your priorities. It's about ensuring that you are appropriately funding the needs of the community. And when I look at the budget that we've approved already, it invests heavily in the core needs of our city. It invests in things like affordable housing, safety, climate, accessibility, inclusion, economic development, and crucially in tackling our infrastructure deficit. And fiscal responsibility requires an understanding that you cannot achieve all of our community goals in one go And I would argue that this budget already approves a phased-in approach for initiatives like our fire master plan. It pulls back, staff have pulled back on initiatives like our digital services strategy, some things around Vision Zero, some things around sidewalk snow clearing, and that is going to leave future budgets to fully implement those goals should councils continue to push forward on them. It has millions and millions of dollars in over-target capital projects already, projects that we know would help us achieve goals around accessibility, facility improvements, and a variety of transportation projects. And crucially as well for me, this budget maintains our reserve funds in excellent condition to help insulate us from unforeseen challenges in the future. To me, this is a fiscally responsible budget. The fiscally responsible approach is to acknowledge all of the challenges we are facing as a municipality, whether they are related to provincial downloading, climate, accessibility, infrastructure, inflation, or otherwise, and to slowly work towards tackling them. And we must also ensure that we are still providing the high level of service that residents of the City of Waterloo have come to expect. If we operate too lean, we are becoming too risky as a municipality. And if we turn a blind eye to all of the challenges I just referenced, then we are simply kicking the can down the road and burdening future generations of residents who will have to deal with these challenges that are not going away. So I wanted to put that out there as these are the things that I will be contemplating as we go through these menu items. And I thank council for indulging me.
Thank you. So, Mayor McCabe?
Thank you, and thank you through you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Bodley, for your comments. One of the comments that you made, I just want to have some clarification on with respect to the snow clearing, the winter control snow clearing, because my understanding was, based on the discussion that we just had, was that we're not reducing the level of service, we're smoothing it out. So I thought I heard you say that this was going to be a reduction in the level of service for that. Did I hear that wrong?
No, just for clarification, and it could just be the way that I said it, certainly. I was simply highlighting that staff have already come forward with, in my opinion, a prudent budget on some of these initiatives. We have not fully implemented everything, to the presentation earlier from Mr. Sloss. We have not fully implemented everything that we would want to implement or we could possibly implement when it comes to sidewalk snow clearing. And so I think staff, that's why staff have presented us with a host of menu items that Mr. Sloss highlighted to us. And so, yeah, I'm just highlighting that the budget that we are receiving is not fully implementing every single thing that's in our strat plan. But I certainly agree with you that we are moving forward on the sidewalk snow clearing piece.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
I just wanted to be clear for myself, but for people on that as well. Thank you. And just on I just wanted a clarification as well on the phasing that's being recommended here for fire services, because my understanding was, and I guess this is a question for Commissioner Dykstra, was that starting them in September is actually kind of better for them in terms of like the recruitment process, the training process. Could you just comment on that?
Yeah, through the chair to the mayor, yes, the September date suits the operations well in terms of the training officer's schedule or access to the training facility, so that suits well with the initiative and the proposal here for a September start.
Okay, so I think that we see the items that we're considering. So it's the first one is M15. So all those in favor of receiving the additional assessment growth? Yes, that's carried unanimously. With regard to phasing in the fire master plan, is there any more questions, comments on that? Councillor Bodley?
Thank you. Through you, Chair Freeman. I note that there was an original M16 that was reducing the amounts by 352, 412, and 80 respectively. So this is increasing the reduction, the new fire revision. This is one of the few items of all of the M items that is actually putting a financial pressure on a future council in 2027 to 2030. And so I'm wondering if you can highlight for us what the financial pressure would be if we did not activate this item at all, if we activated M16 as it originally was listed, and if we activated M16A.
So I just wanted to point out that M16 is on your menu list here, so if anyone wants to look at that, and I'll turn over to Mr. Witzel.
Thank you, Chair Freeman. To Councillor Bodley, you are correct. This is the one menu reduction item that is before council that would be putting a pressure onto future budgets, as alluded to. So the original M16 reduction opportunity would have seen a pressure of 844,000 deferred over the 3 years, whereas the M16A alternative sees 996,000 deferred from this budget to future budgets. And as Commissioner Dykstra just alluded to, the M16A option actually works better than M16 in terms of the timing for when those staff would be brought on board. But under either scenario, there is that deferral of 850,000 or $1 million approximately that we do need to take into account. This is one where it is justifiable in terms of the start date and also aligning with the progression of these staff up of the different ranks. But we are cognizant of the deferral to the 27 budget, the 28 to 2030 budget. Along with the original plan did have $1 million of this implementation already in 2027 that we need to keep in mind. It was a 4-year phase-in. And so there will be some decisions for council to make as part of the 2027 budget and 2028 to 2030 budget. And it may no longer be a 4-year phase-in, it may be a 6-year phase-in. We'll have to kind of work through that and kind of look at the remaining staff that need to be brought on board and what opportunity is there for their start dates to be looked at and kind of following a similar strategy. So what we are approving today is the items within the budget under S2, potentially M16A or M16. It's an either or scenario, we can't take both. And then staff will look at what that means for the 2027 and 2028 to 30 budgets at that time, but we are acknowledging that we are shifting a bit of that pressure.
Yeah, and as a follow-up through you, Chair Freeman, can you just as a reminder, I guess, $844,000 is approximately 1% of a tax pressure on future councils?
Yeah, the numbers on the screen are changing as we go forward, but we're in that range approximately. That's correct.
Thank you. And then I have one final question on this item, if I may. Given that a lot of the fire master plan implementation is related to service coverage requirements out in the west end of the city, which I happen to represent, I'm curious, appreciating that we've heard from Commissioner Dykstra that fire staff are okay with the delayed start time till September-ish. I would like some feedback on whether or not this is going to impact service levels, particularly those on the west end when it comes to fire response.
I'm going to ask through the chair, Deputy Van Som's going to come forward and speak a little further about that.
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Bodley. Thank you for the question. So we're seeing a phased-in approach throughout the fire master plan that includes extra pumpers, which is going to take, and we talked about that when we discussed the business plan. It's going to take a couple of years to 3 years in some circumstances. So once we have the full staffing, we also have the full pumper, and we could staff that pumper. And also, we need to look at how long it's going to take to expand on Station 2 if that's the decision that we make.
Since you're at the podium, one of the questions that was asked earlier is why we're buying a pumper instead of a second aerial. And maybe you could provide some insight on suppression and how your operations function as it relates to responding to multi-story fires.
Absolutely, to you, Chair. So when we look at the aerial is reaching up to about 7 floors. So when we look at high rises, we are way higher than that. So our operation procedure actually have our area become what's called lobby control. So it actually is the manpower or the staffing power that we would require instead of the aerial. So 2 aerials wouldn't make a difference when it comes to a high-rise response.
Thank you. Is it also for Sandy?
Well, it's just about the fire master plan. So, yeah, I guess so. So I just wanted to if you could comment on the positions that are being hired for this and how, I mean, I know it's a big ask that we're looking at here, and I guess I would note too that that some of why there's such a big ask coming to us today is because my understanding is that some previous councils had not hired when, you know, there could have been possibility to hire some of these fire services, and I don't want to sound like I'm blaming past councils, but there was, I guess you could say, the need or the pressure to hire some more fire staff, certainly before 2023. Could you just comment on that and what the impact is of the amount of fire staff that we're hiring now, what the plan is for increased prevention, and the impacts that of not hiring staff now would do to the fire, what's it called, the FUS rate, the fire insurance rate for residents. Sorry, there's a lot in there.
That is a lot, through Chair to Mayor McCabe. So when you look at the number of firefighters we're requesting right now, we are doing, as we're just discussing here, in a phased approach. We have what's called a squad vehicle, and we could staff that squad vehicle with the first firefighters that we have, which is important to note for firefighter safety, as well as the provision of equipment that we require, for example, for high-rise responses or for LRT responses. More staff, I think, especially when you look at the changing environment that we're living in right now, aging community, high-rise buildings, we have more density, more staff is really helping fire services out to provide a safe response for themselves and for the citizens. And I acknowledge, yes, I'm sure that more councils have requested and not provided that staffing, but we are having an opportunity here to do that. And I would recommend highly to go ahead with that for sure.
Thank you very much. I guess part of my point is that previous councils have put this pressure on us, and we will put a small portion of this, depending which way we decide today, on the 2027 council.
Councillor Hammer.
Sandy, don't go too far. My question is for you too. Through you, Chair Freeman. We also had a question earlier, or a comment made earlier, about speaking with Kitchener in terms of our coverage. And again, like Councillor Bodley, I am very interested in the West End. And based on how you've come through with our fire master plan so far, and talking with Kitchener, can you just talk a little bit more about what that's going to mean for the coverage on the west side?
We already have a mutual aid agreement with all 7 municipalities, so whenever we do require a coverage through another municipality, that opportunity is already there. Mm-hmm. For in Kitchener's event, if you look at the maps that the Fire Master Plan has provided, it's mostly in the south end where Kitchener could provide that coverage. And we would think, more looking at the townships providing that west end coverage.
Okay. So my point is taking it through to where we're locating fire stations versus expanding, and just expand on that a little bit and how that's taken into account.
Yeah, for sure. So the Fire Master Plan speaks to the Station 2 expansion, which is at the west side of the city. The whole idea about that is that we would have 2 apparatus available for the west side, meaning that when we do have a fire at the west side, we would have our first truck and our second truck in very quickly, which we could do a fire attack. Mm-hmm. That's the big gap that we are seeing right now, that we can't really provide that protection as we wanted to.
Thank you, and that's all taken in the context of what's also happening within the other municipalities around us. So maintaining or hopefully increasing the response time that we have.
Absolutely, yes.
Thank you.
And Mr. Dykstra, you wanted to add to that?
Yes, if I can just add to the conversation around Kitchener, the consultant through the work of the Fire Master Plan and working with both our department and Kitchener's department looked at coverage, and still the recommendations hold on what we need in terms of our response time, and theirs supported too. They have a bit of distance to cover too to meet our needs in the west side.
Thank you both. I think it's very important for the public to know that our planning is not done in isolation. We are part of a larger picture. And while we may want to look at increases or new facilities in certain places, it may not make sense when we look at the bigger picture. So thank you for the explanation.
And thank you, Sandy. And I'm just going to build on that. Like in terms of previous councils, as someone who had sat here for 5 terms, we didn't really kick the can down the road. What we did was we funded fire master plans as they came forward. And so there was a lot of waiting on this most recent fire master plan, because at one point in time, there was discussion about building a 5th station. And, and I think that's an awful lot of money to spend. And, you know, we own real estate. We can build onto an existing parcel of land that we own. We're gonna save all the capital money on that. And we needed to understand through this fire master plan how we could achieve the goals of responding to fire in a safe way, how we understood how we do, like for me, understanding how attacks happen in multi-residential matters to me. So I'm, you know, an aerial truck reaches to 7 stories. Well, holy smokes, we have a whole lot of buildings that are 7 stories that, you know, it's not the aerial truck that's making a difference on that stuff, no matter what. 7 stories is not very tall, honestly. That's barely a mid-rise building. So I think that's the other piece, is that previous councils did not decide to do the capital investment on another station until we could think about how we wanted to staff this and how we wanted to deliver fire suppression and response to the changing needs of the city. So I, you know, like, not trying to defend my past 5 years, but at the same time, I don't ever think of a time where we didn't come to the table with the resources that fire needed, because we knew that the broader citizenry would bear the costs through their fire insurance plans if we didn't meet the response times that needed to happen. And we've certainly rationalized things around paramedic services and done a lot of work on that front. So I know that our fire team works very hard and to try to honor the resources that they're garnering through our tax base. So, yep, Mr. Bodley.
Sorry, thank you. Your comments sparked a thought for me. Just for clarification here, there's a capital project 250 fire rescue expansion just over $11 million. There's the impacts that we're talking about here on M16A are not going to impact our capital project when it comes to the expansion or potential build out of a fire station on the west end?
Through Councillor Freeman to Councillor Bodley, I would say no, not at this time. So that is a non-routine project that will certainly be coming back to council once that plan is identified. I know through past reports there's different options that are still on the table and being explored, whether it's an expansion of an existing, if it's a brand new location. But regardless of the station, the main findings or what S2 is accomplishing is the resources and the staffing. And so there's no impact or risk of activating this and then jeopardizing the ability to still move forward with that project.
That's great, thank you. So is there any other questions on M16A? Seeing none, all those in favor? Those contrary minded, 1. Councillor Vasek is against that change. M23 is increased infrastructure funding, which creates another reduction. Is there any questions on M23? Councillor Hanmer.
Thank you, through you, Chair, and it may actually be on all three. I'm just curious, we've come up with a number. We know we have a growing infrastructure deficit. Why the 220, 270, 310? What happens if it were 310 all the way across, or 350 for that matter? What's the impact that would be?
Yeah, through Chair Freeman to Councillor Hammer, very good question. The amounts are strategically identified, so we are not jeopardizing the funding needed to advance or to continue to support reference 225. So it's a intentional number. So if the values are changed, we may not be able to fully support reference 225. So that's the $10 million debenture. So what we're leaving ourselves with is enough of an increase to support the annual principal and interest payments on that project. So these are intentional reductions.
Thank you.
Councillor Bodley.
Thank you, through you, Chair Freeman. I mean, I don't have a question. I just wanted to signal that I'm not going to be in supportive of any of the M23, 24, 25, or 32 for that matter when it comes to infrastructure. And just to highlight, when we received our most recent asset management plan, it noted that we have over $4 billion in assets, that we spend approximately $31 million a year to maintain them, and that in light of that, we still have 34% of our property tax funded assets in poor or very poor condition. And if we do nothing, and I know that this is not proposing that we do nothing, but if we do nothing, that number rises to 77% of our assets being in poor and very poor condition in 25 years. And our asset management plan suggests a 1% increase annually on property taxes. And even if we do that for the next 25 years, the number of property tax funded assets in poor or very poor condition still rises to 58%. And so this is the exact kind of thing that is not only kicking it down the road because it's a known impact, but it's creating significant pressures on our asset classes in the future. And our future generations of residents are going to be accepting crumbling infrastructure and higher tax increases if we continue to not follow our asset management plan. And so I'm not going to be able to support any of these infrastructure pieces, and I wanted to signal why. Thank you.
That's helpful. Councillor Wright.
I just want to echo Councillor Bodley's comments that this is one of those cases where in for a penny, in for a pound. This is not the place to make the cuts. Like, just definitively, we have an asset management plan in order to manage this, and we're barely keeping up with that. We cannot afford to take those funds away from this infrastructure renewal. And we also are facing such uncertainty in terms of how our infrastructure will be impacted over the coming years. We know that the life cycle will not endure the way it has in the past. We have to make this investment now. It's just critical.
Any other comments, Council, on these items? I'd like to suggest we still vote on them separate, if that's okay. So, item M23, all those in favor? That's carried, because I'm going to vote in favor of that too. So that's 5. Contrary is Councillor Vasek, Councillor Bodley, and Councillor Wright. M24, all those in favor? The same 3 are against. And M25, all those in favor? And the same 3 are against. Thank you. M26, staff additions, deferred start date to June 1st. So you can see that we see a bit of a reduction in taxes this year, and then we level out the amounts in future years. So M26, is there any comments, questions on M26? Councillor Rowe.
Through you, Chair, I just wanted to clarify that the development planner deferral, one would be this year, starting June 1st, and then the others would be, they were planned to be hired in 2025, but would be deferred by 6 months. Is that correct?
Through Chair Freeman to Councillor Rowe, that is correct. So the positions that would be impacted by this deferral. Maybe I can I just name them all, so it'll be helpful. So in 2024, the positions that would have a deferred start date are B29 Privacy Analyst, S11 Community Initiatives, Inclusion Initiatives, S14 Development Planner, so that's the one Councilor Rowe just alluded to, the I3 Preventative Maintenance position, I5 Contracts Manager, and I6 Transportation Services Lead Hand. And then in 2025, the 4 positions that would have a deferred start date are S13 Paralegal, S15 Development Planner, S16 Development Planner, and I2 Senior Project Engineer Mechanical. So these are positions that would be net new. They don't have a contract or an incumbent, but you are correct, their start dates have been, would be deferred with this activation to June 1st in 2024 and 2025, and staff have not applied this deferred start date to any positions in 2026. To the comment earlier that Councillor Bodley alluded to is we're not shifting any of those pressures into the 2027 budget. So they would be budgeted on January 1st, and if through the course of recruitment and hiring, those staff are hired at a later time, we would then just apply policy and allocate any temporary savings to reserves in accordance with policy.
Any other questions, Council? Councillor Bodley?
Thank you, through you, Chair Freeman. I guess my question is the intention of deferring the start date to actually change the start date of when the people would be hired, or just the budgeted start date? I.e., are we going to be hiring these people on contract ahead of time, utilizing reserve funds, or are we actually waiting until these new dates?
Through Chair Freeman and Councillor Barley, I think a bit of both. So obviously we are deferring the budget. If we think about hiring positions in 2024 that are just approved today, June 1st seems like a bit of a reasonable timeline to post the positions, recruit. So it does work out from a timeline perspective in 2024, okay. And then we are making the decision in 2025 to defer those 4 positions. But there is still some flexibility if the position itself is approved, which council has approved, if the budget isn't entirely there, but there are some pressures within an area and staff need to advance that hiring a little bit earlier. I think that's something that CMT could certainly take away and support on a case-by-case basis. And we just may incur a little bit of an actuals pressure in those cases. So I think there is some flexibility despite this approval, and the deferred start date is kind of the goal or the principle without being the hard and fast rule.
Okay, so that leads me to a follow-up through you, Chair Freeman, is there a risk, or could you highlight the risk for me if we do in fact need to hire some of these people earlier to get them actually started in spite of the fact that we haven't budgeted them? What is the risk to the EmpDev reserve?
So through Chair Freeman, Councillor Barley, the risk would be on a case-by-case basis. Obviously, it would depend on which one of the positions we were contemplating hiring in advance of the June 1st start date. And so if we just look at the dollars that we're deferring, we would be, at the maximum 200,000 would be what we may be looking to, incur as kind of a cost. But again, not all of them would need to be accelerated, and there are other vacancies throughout the course of the city at varying times, and so there is some flexibility in just kind of hiring as an overall practice. The key is that the FTEs are approved prior to staff going out and recruiting those FTEs. We do need that approval, which we've secured, and then now it's just a conversation around, are we phasing the budget a little bit?
Okay, thank you. And my final follow-up, if I may, through you, Chair Freeman, is particularly about the planning positions. I mean, we, literally a few months ago, received a report saying that we couldn't wait for this budget to hire those planners that are in our B numbers because of legislative pressures on the municipality and also challenges with talent attraction on planners in particular. So I was a little surprised to see that there were planners in particular in this staffing addition deferral. And I'm wondering what the risk might be associated with that if we're waiting to look to hire those planners. And I might seek Commissioner Ormson to comment on that.
Through you, Chair Freeman, to Councillor Bodley. Yeah, good question, Councillor. I think the difference at this stage of the game is that we did act pretty promptly on the KPMG report, and we hired 2 senior planners that Joel's team have on board now, and they're actively processing applications. And another item that actually assisted planning was the legal resources that were brought on board with council support. So sure, we'd like to have the be at full staff complement tomorrow if we could, but we think that this is a reasonable compromise. And as Brad noted, and as you noted, there's a talent deficit, if you will, so it's going to take time anyway to bring new people on board.
Thank you for that. Any other questions on this item, council? Okay, all in favor? That is carried unanimously. So we're on M27. This is investments interest income. So again, this is putting a bit of a pressure on our investment staff to try to do a little bit better on their returns. Any questions for that? See, Councillor Bodley.
Thank you, through you, Chair Freeman. My question is just sort of a practical one. If indeed we do not, because we're already through a previous item that was approved, we're already increasing investment income by 250, 100, and 100, if I recall correctly. So if we don't get this extra 50 in each year additional, where is that money going to come from? What reserve are we putting pressure on?
Through Chair Freeman and Councillor Bodley, I'd just maybe take this opportunity, when you say our investment staff, it's Kim. Kim does an amazing job managing our investments and has done a really good job securing that average rate of return. So just an important point there, it's a team of one. Your question's very well. So if we activate this menu item, which is setting a more aggressive investment income and also bank interest income, that's our passive interest that's just generated when we have funds sitting in the bank account. If we were to miss target here and all other budget items came in on budget, the reserve that we're placing pressure on is the tax rate stabilization reserve, as we would be in a deficit position. So when we looked at the original increase and we also looked at this increase, there's many factors that go into the available cash that we have to invest. But kind of on average, we have seen a surplus in regards to investment income greater than $1 million. But not every year is able to achieve that level. And so when we look at our low point, it is closer to the 600,000 mark. So what we are looking to do through the combination of both of these items is budgeting right up against that low point. So it is a little bit more aggressive, but it is something that we feel is sustainable. And there will be years where we exceed it. There may be years where we're much, much closer to it. But staff will continue to monitor and provide annual reports to council in terms of our investment income and bank income generation and average rate of return. Hope that helps.
Any other questions on this menu item? All those in favor? That's carried unanimously. So this is climate change sustainability contributions, and this is a phasing in of this amount. Questions on this, council? Councillor Bodley.
Thank you, through you, Chair Freeman. So staff noted on this that that we've secured additional funding to support our community partners. And so I just want confirmation that if we were to activate this temporary relief in 2024 for taxpayers, that it would not have an impact on the operations of our strategic initiative staff when it comes to these contributions that we had approved previously.
Through Chair Freeman and Councillor Bodley, that is correct. So what we are actually contemplating here is a budget phasing of the 30,000 component, which is in regards to the contribution to REAP. REAP will still receive that contribution. It'll just be made by another organization in 2024, and then the city would budget for it in 2025. All the other items would remain as is, including the component of B11 that was the funds for the strategic initiative team to activate various initiatives, including advocacy and other grant initiatives. So hopefully that helps. It's just in regards to the REAP portion being deferred from the city budget by 1 year.
Any other questions on this item? All those in favor? That's carried unanimously, thank you. M29, this is with regard to the Waterloo Public Library. Is there any questions on this item? Councillor Wright.
Hi, yes, through you, Chair. I'd just like to know how this directly impacts the library's operations.
Through you, Chair, to Councillor Wright. As a separate organization, the Waterloo Public Library holds its own reserve as a rainy day fund to address any unexpected projects or expenses that might occur. It's not part of our operational funding, and so the library is funded through the city's levy. For 1 year, our reserve is in healthy enough shape that we could absorb $150,000 reduction in first year, with the condition that it is not reduced in the second and third.
Okay, and just to follow up, you have some fairly major projects underway, including the Albert McCormick revitalization. So I'm just curious why you would want to dip into, or why you would offer to dip into reserve funds at that point.
Yes, it's true. I mean, there are definitely projects that the funds could go to, and the reserves would be directed potentially to projects like that. We recognize that the city is trying to identify efficiencies, and we recognize that are part of the whole corporation and wanting for the good of the community. So we know in this 1 year, this is something we could offer as our contribution.
Thanks for that, and I just would like to remind my council colleagues that libraries pick up a lot of slack, and they do deliver so many of our community services. So I don't think I can support this recommendation just because of what the library needs in order to continue its normal functions.
Thank you. Councillor Vassic.
So when I asked a question about this, I don't think the library loses any money at all. It's just you get less next year, but then you get more the following year. Is that right? So
No.
Oh.
So in this scenario, the levy would be reduced by $150,000 in the first year, so this year.
Mm-hmm.
Any shortfall that would come from our already established operating budget for this year, we would absorb from the reserve that the library has.
Oh, that's great clarification. Thank you.
Any other questions on this item, council? All those in favor of this motion? And those contrary-minded? That falls, so that's staying in the budget. Oh, sorry. Those that, can you just raise your hand again, those that are contrary-minded? So it's Vassic, Rowe, Freeman, Wright, and Bodily. I will just comment to say I agree with the comments that Councillor Wright made. Having served on the library board, I know that the library serves a lot of amazing and vulnerable people, and this funding is a big piece of that. The next item is phasing in winter sidewalk maintenance. This is just enhancements, so for clarity, this does not, this will not result in us not doing the winter sidewalk maintenance. It just smooths out the tax increases over these 3 years. I think that's correct, is it, Mr. Witzel? Yeah. Councillor Wright.
So through you, Chair, I just wanted to ask staff about this because I thought it was a very creative measure, dipping into the winter control reserve to smooth this out. But I'd also like to know what the pressures are currently on the winter control reserve. I know in the past we've had pretty major fluctuations, and I just have this feeling that we're feeling a little bit lulled into complacency about winter, considering the year that we're currently having. And it's likely that following an El Nino year, we will have a fairly warm year in 2024. So knowing that we can also get really walloped, and those wallops can happen in spring when we're sort of past our normal winter season, I just want staff to maybe tell us how they think they might manage that. Thanks.
Yeah, through Chair Freeman to Councillor Wright, very good question. The annual draw on the reserve or contribution to the reserve from winter control operations is very difficult to predict. You may recall last year we fully depleted the reserve. So the winter control reserve was down to zero. And at part of the annual surplus allocation report, staff had recommended that the first 500,000 be allocated to the winter control reserve to top it back up. So that's kind of got us to where we are right now. And then within the base budget, there was 150,000 annual contribution to the reserve. And so we, from a projection standpoint, assume break even on an annual basis. And so the reserve itself was just growing by that 150,000 contribution. With the direction from council to find ways to help creatively, as you alluded to, lower the 24 to 2026 increase, but also I think from staff's perspective, this wasn't a service that we thought would be prudent or wise to recommend cutting. It's a very valued service. A lot of work went into that report in June, but is there a way that we can creatively smooth in the impact over the course of the 3 years, which is where we've landed. And so we're doing that through drawing down the reserve and also reallocating the 150,000. And the reason that reallocation is part of this proposal is to something Councillor Bodley alluded to earlier, is we're looking to not put a committed burden onto future councils where they're being asked to come in and budget or account for the 150,000 that's deferred. So we've used an existing base budget, but we may be asking future councils to reinstate a contribution to the reserve, or we may need to at times top it up. And then the only other thing I would say is that with the winter control budget itself under G1 being increased to the 5-year average, we're kind of budgeting hopefully to account for the high points. And then there will be more budget within the overall operations under S2, S3, S4. And so where we do have a mild winter, we may be seeing the greater opportunity to contribute to the reserve, but there will still be times where we do need to draw on this reserve. So it's something we're going to monitor like we do with all reserves, but it is a creative solution to smooth this out without putting a committed burden onto the next council in the 2027 budget. So hopefully that helps.
Any other questions on this one, Councillor Bodley?
I mean, I guess more of a comment, and why I'm not sure that I can support this one is I appreciate the feedback being that we are not putting a committed burden on the 2027, on the budget in 2027 in the future council, but I really struggle with the dichotomy of staff coming in and saying we need $205,000 to true up our winter control reserve, and then council directing staff to come up with some creative solutions to this, and then all of a sudden magically we don't need 205, we only need 150. It's possible that that might happen, but I really worry that if we take this 150 out of the winter control reserve, that we are in effect burdening a future council. And that's one thing to do on the fire master plan, which was already intended to phase in out into the future council. But I'm kind of struggling with this. I don't know if you have any comments that would make me feel better about struggling with this, but I'll leave that with you.
I will try. So through Chair Freeman and Councillor Bodley, maybe as an example, with this past budget and part of the Reserve and Reserve Fund report, we did recommend various reallocations of a surplus opportunity that we had, where we were topping up various reserves, including the planning litigation reserve, through an opportunity. And so there may be different ways that we can add some funds to the winter control reserve without adding an ongoing budget pressure. So I know we've talked a lot recently about some potential upcoming land sale. So if we were to see some profits on the west side through Generation Park, we fully pay back the ILA, and there's some surplus funds for council to decide how to allocate it. There's nothing stopping council from saying, hey, what about putting $1 million into the winter control reserve that avoids the need to budget for it within the base budget, but gives us that kind of flexibility to respond to these pressures. The hope is over the 5 years that you are contributing, 2.5 years and drawing 2.5 years. It doesn't always work that perfectly. But there are lots of creative ways to potentially top up the reserve if needed. Of course, we do hopefully have annual surpluses, and that can be part of the report as well. I know Paul would prefer that we stick to policy, but there are points in time where we can look to make recommendations in addition to policy. And so there's various ways that we can get funds into this reserve and other reserves without being part of the base budget. And so really this was a way to look to find a creative solution to help lower the impact over the 3 years while not impacting the service. That's the key, that the services are still being implemented as approved by council in June and then reapproved today.
Councillor Vasek.
Thanks, through you, Chair Freeman. For me, this is like a value decision, which is that winter sidewalk snow clearing is meant to support some of the most vulnerable community members who live in Waterloo. And many of those folks are not homeowners, and homeownership is a huge asset, and it is a form of wealth. And so for me, it's a value decision here. Well, one, I really don't like dipping into the reserves when it's like, maybe, hopefully, I think that could happen. Sorry, that sounded rude. It wasn't meant to be. It's just there's like so much uncertainty there. Even if it's said, like if it feels like confidently we might be able to be okay with the reserves. So one, I feel uncomfortable dipping into reserves in general, given sort of where we're at in the world and that we will have to use them for unforeseen circumstances. And two, because I believe in the redistribution of our resources. And I believe that we made a decision as a council to invest in this. And I believe that the community is seeking it. And I believe that homeowners, for the most part, are going to be able to bear this cost. And so I will not vote for this.
Mayor McCabe.
Thought your hand was up first. Yeah, thank you very much, through you, Chair. I guess just in terms of where we land on this, I totally agree. We decided in June, when there was no snow, that this was something that we wanted to move ahead with for a lot of reasons. I mean, I think particularly to help people for whom require mobility devices to move around our community. I think this is, for me, something that really why something like this is really important. But, and then of course also just to encourage more people to participate and use active transportation. I will support this because we do know that we are going to have some land sales coming, and land sales coming hopefully very soon, through Generation Park, and that for sure is something that's. I mean, they're already out selling the park, looking for buyers. So we know, and we know that when that project, is just taking that as an example, was created, the land values are significantly lower than they are today. So we will make a profit over time on that, and we will have land sales and reserves, in my opinion. Yes, we need to monitor them closely, but they are there to use when needed for things like this. And I think it's important that when we look at, winter control and the reserve, if we'd had a huge storm and we needed to dip into the reserve to clear our roads, we would. And I think we need to think about sidewalk clearing on the same level as we do for roads. They're as important for people who don't have a vehicle or who choose to, who use mobility devices or who choose active transportation as their way to get around. That reserve is there to serve them as equally as it is to serve people who are in a vehicle moving around our community. So I think we will be able to replenish this reserve with some land sales that are imminent. And so I'm comfortable supporting this.
Thank you. Any other comments on this item? Councillor Hanmer, sorry, you did have your hand up. My apologies.
That's okay.
You wrote your name down and everything.
No worries, no worries. Thank you. My comments were similar to the mayor's. What gave me a little bit of comfort with this one, yes, it's a commitment that we did make because we've heard from lots of people, we need to do a clearing of our sidewalks. Having the possibilities for increased revenues coming through the sale of lands in Generation Park gives us that opportunity to consider topping up or replenishing the reserves, this being one of them. There's a couple of others that we're dipping into. So when we get to that phase, and it's not part of our budget conversation today, I want to make sure that we are taking a look at how we're replenishing the reserves that we're doing just for those rainy day purposes. But it does give me optimism in supporting this one as it's set. If I can expand just a little bit further, we both the mayor and Councillor Freeman have talked about the difficult decisions before us today. They are difficult decisions, there's no question. And I think in an ideal world, we'd like to not have to do any of these things. And so we've got to balance what we're hearing from public with what we've put in our strategic plan, with what we know in terms of keeping a vibrant city, we need to keep going with. So I'm concerned that we are adding back things when we've asked staff to take a look at their best guess or best estimate of what can help us bring our tax rate to a reasonable level. And I'm not sure that we're there yet, but we'll keep going with the rest of it. So I just caution us to balance that. And it's hard when we're looking item by item, but we still need to keep looking at the bigger picture.
Thank you. Any other comments, council, on this item? All in favor? And contrary-minded, Councillor Vasek and Councillor Bodley. Okay, thank you. The next is tax rate stabilization. So again, this is a leveling piece for 2024. Is there any comments on this one? Councillor Vasek.
I'm just going to say why I won't support it. And it's similar to M30, which is just that this is another equity initiative, and so I believe that it's kind of incumbent on us as citizens of or residents of Waterloo who own homes to invest in equity initiatives, which have been largely under invested in for several years, and so it's another sort of value-based decision that I'm making. And at the same time, I mean, $61,000 is not going to deplete the tax rate STABE reserve, but just to note that tax rate STABE is below target, and it continues to be below target for the projection from what I looked at, so I don't know if you can confirm that.
Through Chair Freeman to Councillor Vasek, that's correct. We're below target, but we are above minimum from a TRS perspective. As Council recall, we did make a recent investment from TRS late this year. But kind of in these phasing ones, so this one and even the one we talked about previously, the investments are not increased on a smooth basis. They're kind of front-ended in terms of the need. And what we're trying to accomplish through the use of reserves is to kind of smooth that out across the board. And where the use of TRS kind of makes sense from S11 is earlier today when Mr. Bowman was talking about the savings that will come with this in terms of bringing in the resource in-house and then the reduction to the external service or the service from Kitchener, that reduction's in 2026. So that you can look at it differently is that we're using TRS to help buy us time to get to those savings. Again, it is a creative solution for council's consideration to kind of smooth this out, and it is requiring TRS funds to get us there, but that's maybe an alternative view, is that by making this investment, we're able to eliminate the external service, and TRS is a way to help smooth it in over the course of years 1 and 2 of the budget when the savings are then realized in year 3. You're welcome.
Thank you. Any other comments on this one? All those in favor? That's carried unanimously. The next one is with regard to preventative building maintenance funding reduction. And is there any further comments people wanted to make on this one? Councillor Bodley?
Thank you, through you, Chair Freeman. I mean, my comments stand from M23, 24, and 25, but I really, maybe I'm going to make a comment, but position it as a question. This one in particular is not only trying to tackle our infrastructure deficit, but it's actually has the potential to bring us cost savings in the future. This is investing in preventative building maintenance. So we could choose to invest in preventative building maintenance and our assets will last longer and we won't have to pay more for them later, or we could choose not to invest in preventative building maintenance and those assets are going to fail sooner and we are going to have to replace them at a much higher cost. So, I mean, all of my previous infrastructure comments stand, but I'd like some, if I could maybe ask a more pointed question about exactly what the impacts might be in terms of the types of things we wouldn't be spending money on if this item was to be advanced.
Through you, Chair Freeman, to Councillor Bodley. So, yeah, first I'll acknowledge, obviously, difficult decisions are having to be made here, but just to echo your comments there, Councillor Bodley, on the type of work that this funding supports. This really is an investment in the longevity of our building infrastructure, as you note. You know, for example, in the HVAC maintenance program, you know, would extend the life of rooftop units, for example, allow those units to operate more efficiently. When you do things like coil cleaning or other maintenance, you can reduce the ampere on equipment, which, you know, has savings on the electricity usage side of things. You know, this type of work also feeds into healthier buildings and air quality. And some examples would be, you know, regular filter changes, regular duct cleaning, you know, making sure that our fresh air intakes and economizers are working. It reduces water infiltration to our building envelopes. And it allows us to do preventative inspections to get ahead of issues that may become health and safety issues down the road. So just a couple of things there maybe to highlight the usage of this funding ultimately and how it might be used if approved or not.
Through you, Chair, I just want to highlight two things that you just said. One was air quality. And we're still going through the impacts of a high level of respiratory virus in our community that affects our facilities. And number two, we're starting to see smoke days. I don't think we can defer this kind of investment. We actually need indoor air quality.
Councillor Hanmer. Thank you. Through you. Kevin, can you just explain how much we are actually spending? This is calling for a reduction in what the budget request already was. So if you could just remind us what the total amount is that we're allocating over the 3-year budget.
Yes, over the 3 years, we're looking at a $100,000 increase this year, and then the proposal is for an additional $300,000 in 2026. And this, if activated, this menu position would reduce that 326 down to 200,000.
Smoothing it over.
Essentially reducing it by $100,000 by the time we get to 2026.
Okay, thank you.
Just as a comment, you can't reduce air quality. That would not be how I would encourage staff to prioritize this. I'm not going to tell you how to do your job, but I appreciate you use that as an example. But I would like to think that that's not where you're going to make the choices. With that being said, all those in favor of this item? And those contrary-minded? That falls. Now we are on to, those that are contrary-minded, again, sorry, because the not me. So the contrary-minded is Wright, Bodley, Vasic, and Rowe. That's on me, I'm supposed to say, so I apologize with that. Okay, at this point in time, Council, we are now at a tax rate increase of 6.12%. From here on up, the next items until we get a little bit further down are a little bit of increases. So I'm just pointing that out to Council. Obviously, there's some more opportunities at reductions, menu items 18 through 22. My preference is to still go in order of the menu items, if that's okay, recognizing that Council may want to pull some more reductions going down the road, if that's okay. Okay? So with regard to menu item number 1, did anyone want to put menu item number 1 on the table? Councillor Vasek?
I'd like to do one M1A.
M1A, okay, thank you.
Great.
Is there a seconder to put 1A on the table? Seconded by Councillor Wright.
Thanks for seconding that. So this is an existing position with demonstrated metrics to show the importance, the reach and the impact of the arts and creative industries team. And we can ask staff to come and speak a little bit more to that if that would be helpful. But we heard we heard about that at the business plan meeting. So if anyone needs a refresher, I'm happy to ask Estero to come up with that. But not only does this support our team internally, it also supports community groups who don't have the capacity to do this work. So it has far broader reach than just the work that the city does. It supports grassroots community groups as well. I've been working with staff, finance staff, and arts and economic development, arts and creative industries staff to look at an alternative option which would reduce the impact on the tax base. So with part of this coming from the ECDEV reserve, half of it, and then half being an increase to the tax base. And I mean, we could see it as just a contribution. Never mind. Anyhow, so I guess what I'd like to do is maybe, Estero, would you be able to speak a little bit to the reach and the impact of this, just as a refresher?
So through you, Chair Freeman, to Councillor Vasek. So this, the proposed position is actually an expansion of the existing position. So the existing position, as Councillor Vasek pointed out, is responsible for overseeing the promotion of city-led and community-led events and promoting things like calls for artists, overseeing all of the Create Waterloo social media channels. The expanded position will also be responsible for all of the content creation on the new economic development website and will be overseeing the promotion and marketing of Generation Park as well. So it has a fairly broad impact in terms of how it supports economic development as a whole.
Thanks. And so can you speak to the risks of, I believe we can infer what the risks might be, but maybe you can just highlight them for us.
So as I mentioned during our business plan presentation, during our recent community engagement with the, excuse me, local creative sector, one of the primary things that was identified by the community as a priority was increasing awareness of the assets that we have in the community to the broader community, and increasing promotion and support for the promotion of those activities. So not having this position really restricts our ability to meet that community need.
Do you have any of those skills on your staff team?
We have skills on our team. The challenge is that the team is already at capacity. So providing this kind of support would result in a reduction of other services.
Any other questions on this item? Councillor Rowe?
Through you, Chair, and I just wanted to clarify, this is currently a contract position, and if it is not funded through the budget, would it continue as a contract position?
So through you, Chair Freeman, this is currently a contract position, but we have exceeded our allowable time to have the position as a contract.
Through you, Chair Freeman. I'm wondering if you can speak to, obviously, the original M1 item was putting the burden entirely on the tax base, and now this new proposal has some coming from the ECDEV reserve. Could you maybe speak to how you came to the decision that the ECDEV reserve could bear this contribution, and whether or not this puts any future pressures on the ECDEV reserve?
Through Chair Freeman to Councillor Bodley, the recommendation or the option to have this funded in part by the Economic Development Reserve really came about through the conversation on January 29th when Council had asked for some alternative ways to potentially advance this without the full burden falling on the property tax base. And so we were looking at Council Community Party Contingency Reserve, which may be used for an allocation to the arts and affiliate groups. And so then we looked at, well, is there alternatives for the Economic Development Reserve to contribute? We also looked at the Uptown CIP. Now those funds are one-time in nature, and so using them to support the position would be difficult. But we factored that into the decision. We also heard from the Uptown BIA that they're supportive of these two initiatives, but they wouldn't be supportive with seeing funds coming away from the Uptown CIP. So we factored that in, and so we're just looking at different options. So when we look at the Economic Development Reserve, we have modeled in a 50,000 contribution to this, and so that would take us to about 780,000 or 800,000 approximately by the low point. So we would be below the target of 1.5 million in the Economic Development Reserve, but that reserve's minimum is 0. So we're in an okay place. Through conversation with Justin, this is probably about the upset limit that we would recommend as the option, and anything above that would probably start to limit the ECDEV's reserve to respond to other opportunities that do come forward. So about 50-50 is a good mix here, potentially with the tax base impact being 0.06 instead of 0.11. With this support. So that's kind of how this one played out. I mean, alternatively, council contingency 30,000 reduction could be part of this solution, but that would then preclude it from being part of the solution on what we are having tabled as M34 and M34A.
As a point of clarification, Chair Freeman, maybe I'll ask your opinion on this. Given that there are potential other sources here, is it reasonable to defer this until after we've had the conversation around M34 and M35, given that potentially if that were to, I don't want to presume anything, but if that were to not advance, then now all of a sudden we would potentially be willing or able to consider that as part of this item? I'd appreciate some guidance and thoughts from your end or council's end.
I think my preference would be that we vote on this. When we get down to the reserve funds, if we want to give different direction on how to use the reserve funds, that we do it at that time. Because I think if we vote on this one, we're at least identifying whether we want this funded through a shared costing model effectively, because this is the one that's been put on the table. So that's my suggestion, if that makes sense. Is there any other questions on this particular item? Seeing none, all those in favor? That's carried unanimously. Okay. So the next item is M2. Would anyone like to put M2 on the table? Councillor Vasek, is there a seconder for M2? I am not seeing a seconder for M2, so we'll move on to M3. M3. Would anyone like to put M3 on the table? Seeing none. M4. Would anyone like to put M4 on the table? Seeing none. M5. Oh, my apologies. M4. You want to put M4 on the table? Is there a seconder for M4? Councillor Bodley. Okay, so M4 is on the table. Is there any questions on M4?
I'm really excited about M1A, so maybe Councillor Bodley can go first while I just chill.
Far be it for me to temper Councillor Vasek's excitement. Through you, Chair Freeman. I seconded this item and put it on the floor to speak to it. I actually am not going to support implementing it, given some of the challenges that we're facing, but I did want to speak to it because I really do believe that this is one of these items referenced earlier about staff being prudent that is fundamentally important to achieving a key goal for our residents, that being our Vision Zero goals. The reason why I'm okay with sort of deferring this to a future council's consideration is because it is out in 2026, even if we were to advance it today. And so I see it as really only delaying things by a year. But I really encourage staff, whoever is on council next time around, to ensure or try to ensure that this is an item that's in our base budget for future budgets in 27 and beyond. So I appreciate Councillor Bassick moving it so that we could make those comments, but I won't be supporting it. Thanks.
I find Councillor Bodley's argument convincing, but not convincing enough, which is just that we have so much pressure in traffic calming, and you know, it continues to be one of our greatest issues. It was during the first election I was in. It was before that. I mean, Councillor Freeman, you've been working on active transportation initiatives for decades now, and so. I don't know, this is like one of those like put your money where your mouth is kind of situations, which is maybe one of the only sayings I know. So I'm going to vote in favor of it. I think it's one of our greatest priorities. It's what residents ask for the most. And so I think that if we have more support for residents when they reach out with traffic calming, on one hand, you're going to have people frustrated that the levy goes up. On the other hand, you're going to have people frustrated when they can't get traffic initiatives moved forward as fast as they like, and we get a lot of those. And even if it were in the 2027 budget, we saw last year we had 4 new council members, and so we were waiting until we had our own strategic plan for this council to really move items forward. And so it's possible that it might be delayed even further than we'd like.
Any other comments on this item? Councillor Ray.
I would just like staff to maybe comment specifically again on what this role helps the transportation team do. And I say that just because I do have a lot of conversations with the transportation team, and they do come to neighborhood association meetings in Ward 7, and we really depend heavily on this transportation team. So yeah, I would just be interested to hear your comments.
Thank you. Through you, Chair Freeman, to Councillor Wright. Thank you for the question. There's 3 primary aspects of this job that we're asking for. The first and foremost is the most important one, the Vision Zero program. This person is going to be responsible for delivering the Vision Zero program, delivering the education programs, coming up with the solutions, dealing with the public, dealing with council on traffic requests to reduce injuries, fatalities on our roads, dealing with the traffic calming issues and the speed complaints to reduce crashes on our roads as well. The second primary function is dealing with the crossing guard program. Currently, we estimate that takes up about 40% of our current manager's position. So together with the Vision Zero program, as well as the crossing guard program, this makes up a very good proportion of the person's job commitments that we're asking for, as well as it's dealing with permits and things related to development applications as well. So that, as we know, as we heard, is a growing issue. We're seeing more applications. We're seeing our applications increase every year by about 20% in total, as well as other permits and requests for traffic calming. We're seeing increases of 20% as well. So if you accumulate that over a number of years, it certainly puts a burden on our resources. And this person's position is essentially to deliver those programs and ease the burden off existing staff resources. So if we delay this position is not delivering a Vision Zero program satisfactorily, and running into issues with our crossing guard programs and requests for traffic calming and safety improvements.
Thank you for that. And I just also want to note, I mean, Ward 7 is really living through the pain points of everything that you just mentioned, from Vision Zero to the crossing guards. I mean, this has been a huge point of discussion with Student Transportation Services Waterloo Region and the Uptown Ward schools. And we've definitely experienced much discussion between the different neighborhoods around the development applications and what we need in terms of the traffic calming infrastructure. So just building on that risk of delaying, why 2026 and not 2025 in that regard in terms of phasing it in?
Well, we felt that there is time to phase in the Vision Zero program, but to take it over and really run with the ball with it and to really grow it and improve it, the timing was 26.
And how will you be impacted then if it moves to 2027?
Again, it further delays the delivery of the program. And again, it just puts on a large resource capacity issue with our existing staff and our existing management staff to deliver those programs. It's always, as we hear, it's always about doing more with less. And this is really, we're asking to do a lot more with Vision Zero program, especially. That's a new layer of capacity that we're adding to our existing staff. And so that's why we're asking for that supervisor position in 26.
Thank you for those comments, and I just want to reiterate that when I was campaigning, I campaigned on Vision Zero and included helping geese get across the Caroline freeway. And Mayor Jaworski reminded me that I had done that the other day, former Mayor Jaworski. So I just want to share with my council colleagues that this really is health and safety at its core level. Vehicle size has increased. We have way more active transportation happening. We've been creating the infrastructure for shared roads, and we need the people capacity to help support that as well.
Thank you. Any other comments on this one? Seeing none, all those in favor of M4? And those against? Are you in favor of M4? Okay, so that carries. Against is Councillor Hanmer, Freeman, and Roach. M5, would anyone like to put M5 on the table? Seeing none. M6, does anyone want to, Mayor McCabe, you wanted to put M6 on the table?
Yes, I would like to put M6 on the table. Yeah, I think the discussions that we had when the Cork, I guess we need a mover.
Sorry, I need a seconder. Yeah, seconded by Councillor Wright.
I'm just recalling, thank you for seconding it. I'm just recalling that when we had the core cap presentation and the net zero report come forward January 29th, I believe that was, or January 15th. And one of the questions to the Director of Strategic Initiatives was, what do you actually need to make those reports a reality? And her response was that she needs staff to do the implementation of it. So I think given the challenges that are upon us with climate change, and certainly having, we heard very clearly through our strategic planning process that's a high priority for people in our community, this is a position that I would like to, that I'm hoping we can support. Thank you.
Any other comments on this item? Seeing none, all those in favor of this position? And those against? So that falls. In favor is Mayor McCabe and Councillor Wright. And do I need to name the individual? Okay. Item M7, data policy analyst. Does anyone want to put that on the table? Seeing none. M8, a landscape technologist, increased support for community initiatives, my apologies. Does anyone want to put that on the table? Seeing none. M9, landscape technologist. Councillor Wright, is there a seconder for that? Seeing none. M10, this is a service level change, winter sidewalk clearing in all school zones. Does anyone want to put that on the table? Councillor Wright? And is there a seconder for this one? Mayor McCabe. Is there any questions or comments that anyone would like to make on M10? Councillor Wright?
Yeah, if I, through you, Chair, if I could just ask staff again to speak to the winter sidewalk clearing in all school zones, and just the value of that in terms of the broader winter sidewalk strategy that we have in place. I know with student transportation services, Waterloo region, has been really actively promoting active transportation to schools to get kids out of vehicles and walking to school. That's why we just had Winter Walk to School Day. So I just would like you to speak to maybe M10 and M10A, if possible, in terms of what the risks are to the overall strategy if we were to not follow through with this.
Certainly, thank you. Through the chair to you, Councillor Wright. So M10, this was a council tabled menu item. So just for clarity, what exactly this is. So this is clearing of the school zone as defined by the Highway Traffic Act. And so it's 150 meters in each direction. So if the school is north, or say south facing, so it's 150 meters to the east, 150 meters to the west, and then the area in between, which would be the frontage that the school provides. So those areas are currently covered by our hybrid models. So the residents to the east and west of my example, those residents would clear those sidewalks, and then the school would clear the sidewalk on our own. What this is proposing is that municipal services would come and clear that section. So there's 37 schools within the city that this would identify. Right now, the school board has, we'll call it 37 janitorial staff that mobilize each day during a snow event and go out and clear that snow. So what this would be suggesting is that we go out and take that responsibility on. My caution would be, I don't know if municipal services can provide as high of level of a service as the school board currently is, with the complement of staff and equipment that we have, and with the distribution of those 37 schools across the city. And then 10A would be 2 additional trackless units to complement and move forward with that menu item 10.
Okay, thank you. So it's interesting just hearing this sort of split in responsibility between WRDSB and potentially the municipality. And I'm just wondering, does the school boards, because I'm imagining it's also the Catholic board.
Correct.
Do they have the budgetary capacity to meet us halfway at all? Have those discussions been had about, a target level in service?
We haven't had those discussions. To my knowledge, I don't think that the area directly, like the frontage, we'll call it, of the school, I don't know if we've actually experienced any service level issues to this point. I think I would look to Nicole to that from a bylaw perspective, but those aren't complaints that we receive, that the areas in front of the school are not being maintained. So because the service is being provided now by the school board, we just haven't engaged in those conversations for on a cost sharing measure, because we're quite happy to have the school board pay for them.
Yeah, maybe sorry. Maybe Nicole could speak to the bylaw aspect of it.
Through you, Chair, to Councillor Wright. Yeah, my understanding is typically it is not the area directly in front of the school. They have little problem maintaining that area. It's the surrounding areas when students are walking to school that can be problematic and that we do receive complaints about.
And would that fall within the 150 zone?
Sorry, pardon me?
There was a meter kind of periphery. And so would that snow clearing fall within that zone?
It is my understanding that that was the proposal from that within the
Just for clarification, is the question, is there complaints within that 150-meter zone?
Yeah, just the adjacency of privately owned property that would need to be, supplemented, I guess you could say, through this approach?
Yes, the complaints typically are within the privately owned, the portion in front of privately owned properties related to school enforcement.
And as part of our overall winter control plan, we do have additional municipal enforcement allocations in the budget, do we not?
We should be approving the pilot for the 3 officers, the 3-zone approach.
Okay, thanks. That's a great clarification. Thanks.
Councillor Bassick?
Thanks, through you, Chair Freeman. So I really want, like snow clearing in front of schools. And I'm also concerned about your point that it might make it worse, which we certainly don't want. And so I guess what I'm wondering is, and I think we're also learning, we're going to learn doing some of the sidewalk snow clearing, what works and what doesn't for us, which could inform future iterations of a more robust program. And so I guess what I'm curious about is this an opportunity? I mean, we can vote, well, we'll vote on this, so that's fine, but say we don't approve it, and I'm actually leaning towards not approving it because I don't want to not do it well, especially because there's so many vulnerable sidewalk users in school zones. Is this an opportunity for us to direct staff to look at a potential pilot with one school or with a couple of schools? Like, could we ask you to do that instead? Like to start exploring that with the school board, potentially through a partnership or whatever that might look like?
Sorry, can I just jump in? Might I suggest that could be direction to staff depending on how we vote on this? Would that be okay?
However the process works. It's just a thought I wanted to share.
Yeah, I just think that we have a particular item on the table. If it's okay, I'd like to manage that one. And did you have a question on this item as it is?
I did, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, but thank you. I was going to raise that. But I just want, so I've gotten a bit confused based on some of the questions and some of the answers. So just walk me through this again. I want to make sure, so what we're proposing here is to essentially clear sidewalks that are in front of private homes?
That's correct. So this menu item is to clear sidewalks that are in front of the school, and then 150 meters on each side of the frontage of the school.
Instead of the homeowners doing
Instead
that
of the
themselves?
homeowner doing it themselves.
And why are we not relying on the homeowners in these places? I mean, I understand that some of them aren't doing it well, and we've tried the enforcement route, is that correct? And it's not working? Is this why we're proposing to do it this way?
I think what I heard staff say was this was a council brought forth motion. So this
That's
is not
correct.
staff recommending this. Yeah. So
And
I
then-
hope
then
that
I'm-
answers the question.
Yeah, that does,
Yeah.
sorry.
Okay.
So, yeah, I guess I'm just confused about this because I'm not sure why we would take on, I mean, I get the sidewalk snow clearing in key areas and that, and I understand, we want to encourage students and young people particularly to walk or roll however they get to school, but I'm not sure why we would clear private homeowners in that area particularly.
I'm not sure either, so I'm probably going to vote against it, just saying. So Councillor Bodley?
Thank you, through you, Chair Freeman. Full disclosure, I had like a whole big diatribe about how I was going to support this written up until I had spoken with Robin about it. So I going to pull back a little bit on my diatribe, with whatever's less than a diatribe. But I do want to highlight that those 150 meters in front of the school that are being privately cleared, that are not being cleared well, go against every one of our Vision Zero goals, go against all of our accessibility goals, and make it very difficult for kids to walk to school, for parents to walk their kids to schools in strollers. And those are the areas that I really hope, as we look into the future of continuing to push on sidewalk snow clearing, that's the area that we're really focusing on, less so the school board's property where they do a reasonable job or a pretty good job, probably a better job than we do, which is why I'm not going to support it today. But I do think that there's great benefit in us clearing the 150 meters of private sidewalks, because those are the areas that are the most heavily pedestrianized locations in the city for the 3 months of the year when we have extraordinarily high snow events. And it's enforcement staff are already dealing with ridiculously incredible pressures when it comes to no parking in school zones, no stopping in school zones, and a host of other challenges that we're dealing with around school pickup and drop off. So I think asking enforcement staff to deal with those 150 meters over and above and beyond their regular course of action is not going to get us where we want to go from an accessibility perspective. That said, I'm not going to support it for the reasons that I noted, but I want to continue to keep this on the radar of staff for future budgets. And when staff are coming back with sort of reports that tell us how the sidewalk snow clearing enhancements have been working over the coming years, that this will be something that is contemplated going forward. Thank you.
Any other comments on this? I'm just gonna make a comment to say, like, I don't think we can afford this. We're already making big investments to move us along on sidewalk clearing, and I do think that holding individuals accountable for clearing this is the right way to allocate a resource. So for myself, that's my contribution to this conversation. All those in favor of this motion? Those contrary minded? So that falls, and it was unanimously contrary minded. And I'm just looking to council, I trust that that takes care of 10 and 10A because they kind of went hand in hand. Is that correct? Okay. 11, does anyone want to put M11 on the table? Mayor McCabe, is there a seconder? Councillor Councillor Rowe seconds that motion. So is there any comments to be made on this one, or shall we move to the Councillor Wright?
I just want to say that this is an extremely cost-effective way to provide extra support, especially since M6 did not pass. This is an amount of money that is really tiny but could just be really incredible and catalytic in terms of supporting our existing staff.
Councillor Vasek.
Through you, Chair Freeman, I just have a question for staff. I think it could be amazing, but I think we have stellar students. And sometimes having rotating students that you have to train can be challenging. One, just because you have to do a lot of training, and two, sometimes you end up having to do more work as the staff person than maybe is worth it. So I guess I'm just curious for staff's perspective on that, if you feel like we'll get students who will be able to sort of just hit the ground running, if you have a plan for training so that it's not too onerous on staff. Kind of those are some of my initial concerns.
Sure, through you, Councillor Freeman to Councillor Vasek. Certainly appreciate the comments with regards to a co-op. I think that's probably why we would have preferred to go the M6 route for the sustainability officer, which lost on the vote. So in terms of the co-op position, part of the co-op position will help in terms of strengthening strategic relationships with our community partners. So that's one advantage. It's not just for the climate change side of things, but also it shows a regular investment as part of those strategic partnerships. And there are certainly tasks that are well suited for a co-op. Obviously, they wouldn't really be able to put forward a lot of momentum in terms of the actions that strategic initiatives needs to be leading with regards to the 150 actions. That's better suited for an FTE. But they could do some research on best practices, promising practice research, which we're just not able to prioritize right now with only 2 of us in the division, and really with just one position focusing on climate change. So there are some tasks that are suited. Agreed that there are going to be a lot of pressures in terms of getting that, especially with a 4-month co-op, rather than something longer than that. But we do feel that we'll be able to take advantage of a co-op student, and we do think through the various programs, and we know that UW has a lot of programs within their environmental studies studies faculty that we'll be able to tap into as part of that.
And is there some mechanism that if you're fine, because you're also going to have to interview them, and like, so yeah, you're going to have to do a lot of support. So is there a mechanism if it's just becoming too onerous that, like, are you going to just commit to it, or will you be willing to just be like, we can't continue this, it's just too onerous on staff, or like, what's your plan if it fails?
So through you, Councillor Freeman to Councillor Vasic, it's a really good question. I think the hope was that it would augment some of the plans that we have to in the future to hopefully add on to staff and strategic initiatives, given that we have two. So I'm not sure. Truth be told, I haven't broached that with finance staff or whether the money could be reallocated. I'm not entirely sure what the plan would be moving forward. We'd have to kind of consider it and prioritize things in strategic initiatives to determine how best the co-op student could be utilized and whether or not, if it's just two of us, how we can go about putting in the resources in order to have co-op join us once a year for the term.
Okay, well, I've sounded really critical. I'm going to support it because we're a university town and someone could be just totally stellar and then they could end up working here eventually and they could become the CAO one day, Tim, don't worry. So
Tim
I'm going to
went to
support it, but I
Guelph.
do have those concerns, so.
Tim went to Guelph. He was never a co-op student. Councillor Hanmer.
Thank you, Sandy. This one's for you also, through you, Chair Freeman. Just clarifying the co-op position, I think through Councillor Vasic's comments, I get where we're landing. It's one co-op position, a 4-month position annually that you're looking for. And is it university level or high school level? Because co-op, or college, co-op can be a whole host of things.
Through you, Councillor Freeman, to Councillor Hanmer, thank you for the question. The goal is for it to be a university co-op, so that we just feel that the university student would have the skills to help support us. We're certainly going to be taking advantage of other opportunities through our post-secondary in terms of capstone projects and things of that nature, but this would kind of be that guaranteed one term annually.
Thank you.
Any other comments on this one? All those in favor of this position? That's carried unanimous. Oh, sorry. Those opposed, Councillor Bodley. Okay, thank you. Item M12. Did anyone want to put? Oh, no, it was only Councillor Bodley that was opposed. Did I do something wrong? Oh. I saw all the hands go up except for one, and it was Councillor Bodley. Yeah. I can say it one more time. I don't need to say that. So M12. Did anyone want to put M12 on the table? Okay, seeing none. M14. Regional roads. Anyone on the table? Seeing none. The next one, M14A. I think we've all agreed the region can do their own work. M15A, additional assessment growth to CURF. So this would be adding more to CURF. No one's putting that on the table, okay. We'll pass on 16 because we approved 16A as a reminder. So now we're into reductions of new positions. So M17, did anyone want to put M17 on the table? Okay, M18. Okay, M19. No one. M20. M21. And M22. Thank you. Okay, so we're on to M33, which is an inflationary contribution to CURF. It's a reduction with corresponding capital project reduction. This is a new reduction opportunity that staff brought forward. Okay, seeing none. Oh, sorry, did you want to put that one on the table?
I guess to put it on the table because I have a question. I just have a
Okay.
question.
Is there a seconder to put that on the table? Seconded by, okay, so Councillor Hanmer and Rowe, please go ahead, Councillor Hanmer.
Thank you. My question is really the risk of doing this. Again, it's reducing the contribution that we're making, the funding. So what is our longer-term risk by doing this?
Through Chair Freeman to Councillor Hanmer, again, the risk would be hard to define, but it would depend on the projects that we would be eliminating. The intention of this is we would be looking to remove or reduce capital projects that are funded by the Capital Reserve Fund only. So we would be focusing on projects that are new. So we wouldn't be impacting any projects that are funded by the Capital Infrastructure Reinvestment Reserve Fund, as we talked about earlier today, and why that's important. So this would be on those new projects, and so the risk would be there may be some new projects, parks, elements, splash pads that we're not able to support, or we're not able to support as quickly. This is not one of the 12 options that was provided as part of the overview earlier today, but it is one that we had kind of heard throughout the course of the conversations and past budgets around, well, what if we defer a project? And so we thought it was important to put this on the table. We are able to save money from an operating perspective if we cut capital, because we would make an equal reduction to the contribution to the reserve. But when we have conversations about deferring the project by a year or two, we're only temporarily saving money and we're not able to make ongoing reductions. So this would really mean about the equivalent if we activated 50,000 each year, about 1.5 to 2 million in capital cuts. That's the kind of the correlation we're talking about. So that would be the risk, that there'd be $2 million approximately of CRF projects that staff would have to take out of the budget that we're going to approve later today in terms of capital.
Thank you for that, because just the cause and effect and wanting to know what the implications were of that. And earlier on, my question was going to be, you gave us to 32 of ideas, so what were the next 3? So I was anxious to see what these would be, because we're still in a position where I think we're a little too high with what we've got in our tax increase. So also, I don't want to be we need to be mindful when we're making the decisions that we're not resulting in a number of unintended consequences. And I would suggest a $50,000 reduction with the potential of 2 million needing to come out of our capital would not be a consequence that we would want to see. So thank you for the explanation.
Any other comments on this? I'm just gonna signal my turn on this one. I'm willing to support this one because I do think that the broader citizenry have asked us to do less, a little bit less, and I know that on our capital front, there's a lot of capital projects that we just physically don't have enough staff to deliver on, and so you know, while the capital monies reside within the reserve fund for us to work on them, we're not necessarily delivering all the capital projects within the time frame that we anticipated. So I don't really, for myself personally, I would like to see these numbers come down a little bit more too on the tax front, and I see this as a place to do it. So I thought I should just signal my turn on this one. So any other, yeah, Councillor Hanmer.
Thank you. If I can just make a further comment with it. I appreciate that it's a calculated risk that we would be taking. I just needed to know what the consequences were from staff perspective. I do see it as a way that, yes, it may not be our most palatable decision to be making, but again, people wanting to see a reduction in our rates, this is one with a calculated risk as part of it. Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Any other comments on this one, Council? I'm going to call the vote for M33. All those in favor? So that carries, and those opposed? Vasic and Bodily. Thank you. So M34, I'm going to turn to Mr. Witzel to provide advice with us on this one, because I believe this is the one that Councillor Vasic brought to our attention earlier, and I said that I would stop here and signal the change, if you could, please.
Yes, thank you. Through Chair Freeman to Councillor Vasic. So what you will see on the screen is M34, which is a increase for the not-for-profit and cultural sector funding, so kind of associated with B21, and it's a 30,000 increase, and that's a 30,000 increase ongoing, so that'll be across the board. That would be added to the increase which has already been approved earlier today under B21. In order to provide council the opportunity to implement this increase with zero property tax implications, you could also approve the offsetting contribution reduction to council community priority contingency reserve, which is noted as M34A. So if you take those together, the net of that would be a zero property tax % impact, but you would accomplish the goal of providing more for the cultural sectoral funding, and that would be in addition to the 25,000 annually growing to 50,000 annually, growing to 75,000 annually that was approved under B21. So you would get to a point where the ongoing annual increase would be 105,000 by 2026.
Councillor Vasic, would you like to move those two together, or would you like to just move the one or together?
Yes, please, yeah.
Okay,
And
so
can I move with a comment?
Yeah, of course. Can I just
Yeah.
get a seconder
Oh,
first?
yes.
Yeah, seconded by Councillor Hanmer. And please go ahead with comment. Councillor Wright, did you want to speak to it as well? No. Okay.
The only other thing that I wanted to add, sorry, Councillor Hanmer, Councillor Wright and I have been working on this in the background. Is it okay?
That's on me. That's on
Is
me.
it okay?
Yeah,
I don't
sorry.
think she cares. I just
Okay.
feel about it, and you had great. Anyways,
That's on
okay.
me. I remembered, then forgot, and
Okay.
I saw, so it's moved by Councillor Vasic, seconded by Councillor Wright.
Thank you. Okay, now I can get past and I can say the thing. The only other thing that if there are any concerns about it coming from council's community contingency reserve, the reason I think this is appropriate is because we are in really unique and challenging times with the arts and creative industry sector. And so that's kind of what the council contingency is for, is to enable those kind of unique, challenging situations or support them. And the other piece is I'll ask, well, we're going to propose direction to staff to look at a sustainable financial solution for arts and creative industries and inflation options. And so they're going to look at numerous things, which will likely include looking at ongoing at community, the council contingency reserve, as well as other options. So that's the only other things, those are the only other things I wanted to add.
That's great. So I think does anyone want to speak to this again? Councillor Wright? Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, through you, Chair. I think this is an opportunity for us to acknowledge how difficult it has been for our key cultural institutions and our arts groups across the region as a whole, but specifically within the city of Waterloo, how hard it's been for them to make it through this pandemic aftershocks. There's just been so much uncertainty. And for anybody who works in small business, you know that uncertainty is a killer. Like, it is just really difficult. It's hand to mouth to try to make it through. And arts groups are no different. I mean, they are literally trying to run nonprofit operations. And we've, for years, been kind of, whittling away at that in inflation amount and actively defunding them because of that. So they need a little bit of a boost to get through this next period, and they need the certainty. They just know that they're gonna be afloat. That's really what it comes down to.
Thank you. With that being said, all those in favor of this motion? That is carried unanimously. Okay, so council, we are now through the menu items list. I'd like to point out what the current year levy is there. And I'm not going to call the vote on the levy yet, but I just want everyone to know where we're at. The opportunity now exists for you as members of council, if there are items in the budget that you would like to pull forward as a menu item in an effort to try to effect more change to this levy. Councillor Hanmer.
Thank you. And I know we didn't put these on the table before, but I just, as we're looking at potential things that we can consider, I'd like a comment maybe in it, and I'll direct it to either commissioners or to Tim, about the reduction. And I know that we're not really thrilled with M17 to M22, but what is the impact if we're doing that? Because we're still increasing FTEs, but the suggestion there is to reduce in each of the areas, probably 1 FTE. What's that impact going to be? And if we were to do all of it, second part of the question, this one's really for Brad, what's that impact on the tax rate?
Okay, so perhaps what I can do is just ask staff to turn those on so we can see what it looks like. Does that work? Can we maybe do it 1 year at a time first? So can you do the 2024, if you can turn on the 2024s first so we can see what that looks like. Actually, just turn them on all. We can figure out the math. If you can turn them on, please, temporarily.
Councillor Freeman, as a point of clarity, would you be wanting to see if we turned on M17, M18, and M19, which is the reduction of 1 FTE per year?
Okay, sure,
And then
we can
kinda
do
go-
those ones
yeah,
first,
okay.
yeah, please.
So if we would turn those on for illustrative purposes, Michael, we'll see what that does. There you go.
And if we turned on the next three? Councillor Hanmer?
And then my question to the commissioners, because it's taking 2 FTEs out of each of your portfolios. What's the risk?
And through you, Chair Freeman, maybe I'll start that one, and I welcome the commissioners or Brad to also pitch in here. Certainly, these are menu option choices for council, but they do come with some serious implications really on the administration. It is possible to reduce staff. We would probably be looking at perhaps some of the new additions that staff has already considered today as part of the thinking process in how we would achieve these. They are staggered over the 3 years. So clearly a later reduction in the third year is a little easier than one in the first year because it gives us a little bit more time. We would also look at vacancies that do come about across the corporation just through attrition or people leaving their roles for other opportunities and layer that in to the thinking process. But yeah, it is impactful, of course, because these positions throughout the city are ultimately needed to deliver service. We are in the service delivery business, and it takes people, as council knows. And that's why Brad didn't table them as recommended reductions as part of the budget process. They are there for consideration, but we just ask that council really think carefully about the impacts on the operation as we go forward. CMT would take it away. I don't think we're prepared today to tell you which positions in particular. So if they are activated, it'd be a homework piece for CMT. Yeah. But maybe I'll end there. I don't know, Brad, if I missed anything that you wanted to layer in financially? Okay.
I recognize these are tough conversations that we're having to have, and staff have done a tremendous job looking at different ways that we can be increasing or decreasing and still keeping our service levels where they need to be. What keeps going through my mind, though, is what we're hearing from the broader public around overall tax increases, and so begs the question of, have we done everything we can do to look at keeping it at a reasonable rate without putting too much at risk? And I appreciate your comment that you look at vacancies as they're coming along and potentially delay in filling those and not filling them with contract. That helps us at the long run. It doesn't help us when we're figuring the tax rate out right now, but more food for thought, so thank you.
So I'm honestly, like, I would like to put on the table, if there's someone willing to second it, M19 and M22. I'm just not comfortable with us demonstrating a higher tax rate than the staff recommended budget for year 3. And so I'll do them one at a time. I'll do M19. Is there a seconder for M19? Seconded by Councillor Hanmer. You know, and I appreciate your commentary, Mr. Anderson, in terms of having it later in the budget year and being able to maybe fill with vacancy reserve or some other opportunities. So I don't have anything else to add to that, but that's my thoughts. Did anyone else want to comment on M19? Seeing none, all those in favor of M19? And those contrary minded? So there's only 3 in favor. It's Councillor Hanmer, Freeman, and McCabe, Mayor McCabe. So I'll do it again with the additional staff position. We'll try it again. I guess we don't have to. I mean, M22, I'm happy to put that on the table. Is there a seconder? Yep, it's seconded by Councillor Hanmer. Yep.
Sorry, I just want to clarify here. So we're looking at a position in 2026.
That's correct. One
So-
position in 26.
Right, and so until 2026, are we looking at contract?
No,
Or
like,
this is something that
that
they're going to
position.
look at?
No, that position wouldn't even come into play till
wouldn't come into
26.
play.
So
Right.
it would be delaying, potentially delaying the hire.
Yes.
Or if there's a money in the vacancy reserve, they would be funded through a different process.
Thank you.
All those in favor? So that's moved, that's passes, and those contrary minded is Vasek, Bodley, and Wright. So we're down one staff position for 2026. So for M22, it was approved. And in contrary to that, it passed, and those that were not in favor was Wright, Bodley, and Vasek. Is that good? Yeah. All right, does anyone want to put any of these other staff reductions on the table? Sorry?
I
Sorry,
think Brad wanted
yeah,
to speak to
through
them.
you, Chair Freeman, if council would be okay, if we
That's
could,
fine.
as a friendly amendment,
that's fine.
we would approve M19, which says remove
Yeah,
one, because
yeah.
the other one says approve an additional,
Yeah,
just so we're
okay.
not confused later. So we would just remove the one.
Is that okay with everyone? Yeah, I think we're striving to remove one
Okay,
in
thank you.
2026. That's correct. Does anyone want to move any other menu items? Okay, so what I'd like to do is I want to thank you for this heavy lifting and give everyone a break. I think staff want to have a look at the capital budget because we passed one piece that would see a slight change to the capital budget. So if we can, we'll take 15-minute break, okay? So it's almost 5:30, so can we plan to be back around 5:45? Is that good? Okay, council, we are now on to page 28 of the council agenda, which is base budget requests for funding. So the first piece is related to items number 1 through 4 on the stormwater and wastewater. This is all enterprise-based, right, Brad? This doesn't affect the tax numbers that we've come up with thus far. So, may I have a mover and a seconder for those as a block? Moved by Councillor Wright, seconded by Councillor Rowe. Is there any one item on this that council has a question for staff? Would you like to vote on things separately? Seeing none, all those in favor? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. The next item is items 1 through 5. So this is N 1 through 5. Again, these are enterprise budgets, correct, Brad? Yep, so may I ask for a mover? Moved by Mayor McCabe, seconded by Councillor Vasek. Is there any questions on this one? Would anyone like to vote on these separately? Seeing none, all those in favor? That's carried unanimously. We're moving on to item O, base budget requests, items 1 through 3. Again, these are utility-based, no tax changes. Did you have a question, Mayor McCabe? Okay, moved by Mayor McCabe, seconded by Councillor Rowe. Anyone want to pull? All those in favor? That's carried unanimously. We are now on to item P, operating impacts of capital and growth. Items 1 through 6. Do I have a mover? Moved by Councillor Bodley, seconded by Councillor Rowe. Is there any questions on these pieces? All those in favor? That's carried unanimously. Service level changes requests. Items 1 and 2. Do I have a mover? Moved by Councillor Rowe, seconded by Councillor Hanmer. Again, these are utilities, no tax change. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Sorry, I'm turning the page. We are on item R. Items 1 through 3 for parking enterprise and rental housing increase, revenue increase. Do I have a mover? Moved by Councillor Vasek, seconded by Councillor Bodley. Would anyone like to vote on these separate? Any comments? All those in favor? That's carried unanimously. S, items 1 through 5. May I look for a mover? Moved by Councillor Rowe, seconded by Councillor Handmer. Is any of these want to be pulled? All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Item T, operating impacts of capital and growth. There's, I think there's only one item. So may I have a mover for that one item? Moved by Councillor Hanmer, seconded by Councillor Bodley. All those in favor? That's carried unanimously. Okay, so we're now on to item 11. So my suggestion is Councillor Vasek, would you like to just step out for 1 minute and we can vote on item, I know that it's item B that you're in, so I guess we could deal with A first, and then on B, the suggestion from the clerks is we vote on item 201, and then depending on how council decides, it'll be either in or out of that budget line, and then you can come back and vote on the balance. Yep.
Just before Councillor Vasek leaves, could we just take a moment to talk about the M33?
Yeah.
Because that could be part of that one as well.
Okay, so I just wanted to make a note that the capital budget numbers that we're gonna receive right now have not taken into account the reduction that we've approved through M33. And so the staff will figure out which capital projects will come out. It's just we won't know them today. So I just wanted to draw everyone's attention to that. So with that said, can you please read the number for 11A routine projects?
That council approved the CAO's department's routine capital projects included in the 2024 to 2026 capital budget with a total value of $7,601,000.
Okay, do I have a mover for that motion? Moved by Councillor Vasek, seconded by Councillor Bodley. All those in favor? That's carried unanimously. And the non-routine?
$12,805,000.
Do I have a mover for that motion? Moved by Councillor Rowe, seconded by Mayor McCabe. All those in favor? That's also carried unanimously. So the suggestion here, Madam Clerk, is we do the routine projects and then Councillor Vasek can step out for the non-routine. Okay. May I please have the number for 11B1 routine projects?
$27,578,000.
Do I have a mover for that, please? Councillor Vasek, seconded by Councillor Hanmer. All those in favor? That's carried unanimously. So can I please just have the number for item number 201, please?
$2,552,000.
So council, we're approving capital budget item number 201. Do I have a mover for that? Moved by Councillor Wright and Mayor McCabe. All those in favor? That is carried unanimously. May I please have Councillor Vasek join us? And again, that was a non-routine project. And now, may I please have the item, I guess it'll be 11-2, it'll be the number less, the one we just approved, or will it, okay, that's great. And the number is?
$58,230,000.
May I have a mover for that amount? Mayor McCabe, seconded by Councillor Rowe. All those in favor? Is that unanimous? Yes, that's unanimous. Thank you. We are on to item 11C, routine projects. Can you please read the number?
$8,824,000.
825?
24,000.
24,000, thank you. May I have a mover for that motion? Moved by Councillor Rowe, seconded by Councillor Bodley. All those in favor? It's carried unanimously. Non-routine projects, please.
$19,329,000.
A mover, please, for the non-routine projects. Moved by Councillor Vasek, seconded by Councillor Rowe. All those in favor? That's carried unanimously. Integrated planning and public works, please. Routine projects.
$80,025,000.
And may I have a mover for that, please? Moved by Mayor McCabe, seconded by Councillor Hanmer. All those in favor? That's carried unanimously. Non-routine projects, please, for integrated planning and public works.
$144,135,000.
May I have a mover for that amount of money? Councillor Bodley, seconded by Councillor Wright. All those in favor? It's carried unanimously. And Waterloo Public Library, capital budget number? routine?
1,940,000.
May I have a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Wright, seconded by Mayor McCabe. All those in favor? That's carried unanimously. The non-routine projects for the library,
$0.
okay. Do I need to move that when it's $0, Madam Clerk? No? Okay. We're on to the capital forecast recommended by department. So this is the long-range forecast, and these are obviously approval in principle. They're not binding to another council. First number, please.
17,459,000.
May I have a mover? Moved by Mayor McCabe, seconded by Councillor Rowe. All those in favor? That's carried unanimously. Community services,
95,543,000.
may I have a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Hanmer, seconded by Councillor Roach. All those in favor? That's carried unanimously. Corporate services, please.
46,550,000.
Great. May I have a mover? Moved by Councillor Vasek, seconded by Mayor McCabe. All those in favor? Those opposed? Sorry, all those in favor? Okay, sorry, thank you. That's carried unanimously. Integrated planning and public works, please.
387,037,000.
And a mover, please. Moved by Mayor McCabe, seconded by Councillor Bodley. All those in favor? That's carried unanimously. And the Waterloo Public Library,
4,265,000.
moved by Councillor Wright, seconded by Councillor Rowe. All those in favor? That's carried unanimously. And the capital budget forecast, please. Can you read the whole motion?
That the 2024 to 2026 capital budget of $363,019,000 be approved, and further, that council approve in principle the 2027 to 2033 capital forecast totaling $550,854,000.
May I have a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Vasek, seconded by Councillor Rowe. All those in favor? That is carried unanimously. Debenture Funding Council, there are items 1 through 10. May I have a mover for those items, please? Moved by Councillor Bodley, seconded by Councillor Hanmer. Would anyone like to vote on these items separate? All those in favor? All those opposed? That's carried unanimously. All right, so we are now on to item 13. And can you please provide us with the numbers for all 3 years? I think it's going to be easiest just to do these 1 year at a time. So the 2024 operating budget be approved with an average property tax increase of 6.14% over 2023 and a total property tax levy of, is that it, 99 million?
Yeah, that's correct, Councillor Freeman.
99,609,666. May I have a mover for that? Moved by Councillor Bodley, seconded by Councillor Vasek. Any comments? Councillor Hanmer.
Thanks. It's a question, probably more than
No problem.
a comment, and it really reflects on all three of our years. staff have done a wonderful job coming up with different ideas of what we might be able to do. And we've, in some cases, we're above what was recommended, in some cases, we are below. I'm curious if we looked at an overall efficiency in any one of the years that, and really what I was basing it on is getting us to the numbers that staff had recommended as of today. So for 2024, we were looking at 5.96 as the tax rate, and in 2026, we were looking at 6.44. So I'm just curious what it would take to get us that way, and is that something that we could look at in terms of overall efficiencies?
Through Chair Freeman to Councillor Hanmer. So to get to 5.96, we would need a reduction of approximately 160,000 in year one. Sorry, what was the year two?
No,
Are
it
we
was
okay? Just year three? Yeah.
Yeah.
And then in year three, to get to the 6.44 or 6.45, it would be about 65,000 or 70,000 in terms of a reduction to kind of get back to those points. So in total, that would be a reduction of 230,000, which is very close to two FTEs at 240,000, just not quite spread out the same way.
The same way. Okay, thank you for that. If we were to look at it a number different in terms of just overall efficiencies, what is, and this may be Mr. Anderson to you, what would be something that could be reasonable for the staff to consider? And not any particular ideas right now, but just overall efficiencies.
Thank you. Through you, Chair Freeman, it's a really good question. In past budgets, we have had direction to find some efficiencies. I think I'm going by memory, it was more closer around the $100,000 mark in general. If council's slightly above or below that, that probably is workable for the corporate management team to take away as a direction. I would just ask that if Councillor Hanmer could expand on what you mean by efficiency, if that would include expense reductions and potential revenue enhancements over the course of the 3 years. I think that would give more latitude to the corporate management team.
Absolutely, it would be a request for improvements in efficiencies that result in reductions and or improved efficiencies that result in higher revenues, a higher revenue stream. I just think if we can do something like that and focus on the potential efficiencies, it'll bring us a little bit more in line with what we're hearing and with what staff had proposed. And if we plug it in year three, that's fine too. I know it's a little bit hard, Brad, to allocate it all the way across. But I'd like council for us to consider that, to put a target in for efficiencies in year three. Not asking for additional reductions in things, but looking at efficiencies which would take into account when there are vacancies or when there are changes in potentially workflow and how that might do. So benefiting overall how the corporation's going to function.
Okay, so in terms of managing this, if I could, can I just put a pause on us voting on item 13.1? And it sounds like staff's recommending that we approach this as a new menu item where we look for efficiencies. I think that if we only take it in 2026, Councillor Hanmer, we won't achieve the original budget. So we'd have to ask staff to look for 165 this year and 80 in 2026. Is that what you'd like to put on the table?
I was asking staff what would take it and what's reasonable, and what we're hearing back from staff is the 245 is the equivalent of two full-time equivalents as one way of looking at it. And I'm hearing that target may be a little bit too dire at this point, so I'm prepared to have it be a target of 100,000.
100,000
Yeah.
for 100,000 for 2024. And then and then 80 in 2026. Did you
I think it can be 100,000 over the course
Oh,
of 3 years.
Okay, so
Yeah.
100,000 each year.
Yeah,
Okay.
and I think we need to set the rates, so, yeah.
Yes. I know, I was gonna have them pull back that motion. Like, I was gonna ask the two individuals that moved the current motion if you would consider taking it off the table, so we could consider this menu item. And then that way, there's nothing on the table.
Yeah.
Okay. I think, Madam Clerk, it's cleaner if we just take it off the table. If you're fine with that, are you fine with that, so we can consider this? Yeah, okay, thank you. So, so there's a suggestion to bring another menu item in place. And is this capture what you're asking for, Councillor Hanmer, 100,000? I thought I heard you say 100,000 every year.
No, I didn't say 100.
Okay,
I think that would be unrealistic for staff to do. It's 100,000 in efficiencies over the course of the 3 years.
Okay,
And
and does this look right then? Is that the right place to put it?
for this year, I was really actually thinking in year 3 to have that, bring it back down to 6.44
Okay, so.
or below.
So it'll be 0 until 2006, because the idea would be that they'd look for efficiencies over 3 years.
All the way along, yes.
All right, so this is what we're looking at. And is there a seconder for that? Okay, Mayor McCabe seconds that. And is there any more discussion on this particular one? Councillor Bassett?
Yeah, I appreciate you bringing it forward, Councillor Hanmer. And I guess I'm just curious how this actually works. Do we say, yes, please find this for sure? Or are we saying, if you find it, can you bring it back to us next year when we redo the budget or whatever it's called, commit, I'm tired. When we recommit the budget, and then that can be a menu reduction that we could look at next year? Or do we have to say, we're doing this?
Through you, Chair Freeman, what I'm looking for is over the course of 3 years, the target of 100,000 is hit. If they happen to hit it next year, that's terrific. If they don't, then there's 2 more years. If they have to hit it this year, then there's 2 more years. So it's over the course of our time to come up with 100,000 in efficiencies.
And efficiencies anywhere, not staff necessarily.
Correct. And it's both expense reduction and revenue generation.
Any other, Councillor Bodley?
Through you, Chair Freeman. I'm not going to support it. I appreciate where Councillor Hammer is coming from and what we're looking to do here in terms of trying to bring the tax rate down in 2026. I think the suggestion that staff are not already finding significant efficiencies is not accurate based on all of the reports that I've seen coming through. Whenever we do any sort of comparator to other municipalities, I mean, the digital services strategy is a perfect example where we're well below our comparator municipalities in terms of the amount of ways for residents to connect with us online. And whenever we look at those things, we find that we're well below our comparator municipalities in that regard. We asked, there are $1.6 million already in efficiencies that staff have already highlighted. And I really think that by imposing additional austerity measures essentially on staff, we are really committing ourselves to not being as fun of a place to work and challenging ourselves with talent attraction and retention, that this is the message that we're delivering to staff who are working at the city. I can fully and completely appreciate the challenges that we're facing. But that's not the work environment that I want to be in and to support. So I'm not going to support this reduction.
That's fine. Councillor Vassic, thank you.
Yeah, thanks for those comments to Councillor Bodley. And yes, also thank you for bringing forward Councillor Hanmer. I just, I think that we've reduced it quite a lot over the course of the day. So in 2024, it's come down 1.32. In 2020, what am I doing here? 2020, anyways, number one's down 1.32, number two is down 1%. And then yes, number three is up 0.06. And so I also won't support it. I was very comfortable with the staff tabled budget, and so I'm more than comfortable with this, and I would have supported additional menu items. And so, anyways, just to say thank you and just to let you know I won't support it. Sorry.
Okay, any other comments on this? I'm going to call the motion. All those in favor? Sorry, can you just hold your hands a little higher for me? So that does pass. And those contrary minded is Councillor Vassic, Wright, and Bodley. All right, so I'm going to come back now to Mayor McCabe.
Yeah, I had another, I don't know if it's a menu item or direction to staff, but thinking ahead to 2025 and 2026, and the comments that, Mr. Witzel had made, throughout the budget discussions, which again started in December 11th, about the rate of the consumer price index and the rate at which, the construction rate which we budgeted for. And we started the budget process when inflation is higher even than it is right now. And so I'm hoping, and I know budgets shouldn't be based on hope, but for future budgets, assuming that the budgets are going to come in because we budgeted when inflation was higher, I think it's fairly safe to make the assumption that in 2025 and 2026 we will have some surpluses in some of our budgeted areas. And so what I'd like to propose is that we direct any surpluses in over 2024, that they automatically get applied to the 2025 property tax levy.
I think that that's probably a direction we can give to staff when those surpluses are recognized.
Well, I realize that, but I think it's important given we're going to continue to be in challenging financial situations. we are now. I anticipate that we may be in 2025 as well. And I'd just like to, if it's direction that needs to wait, I get, it's the will of council. But I would like to indicate that I would very much prefer that surpluses go to reduce the tax levy in 2025, and anything that comes forward, anything that's a surplus in 2025 to be applied automatically to 2020 to reduce the 2026 levy. So
Mr.
that's if you'd like to comment on that, the efficacy of that or the advisability of that, and certainly open to any of council's comments.
Through Chair Freeman to the mayor, and I think Commissioner Reynolds may want to jump in as well, but we can take as direction that staff would report back on any of the surplus drivers to see if there's an opportunity for that to be added to the budget. But if the surplus item is one-time in nature, as we kind of discussed the other week, we wouldn't be able to embed that into the budget from an ongoing property tax savings perspective. And so we're not quite done yet because we have a late addition to the budget, so we'll have to do some calculations. But the number to keep in mind is the portion of the budget, so the base budget and the operating impacts of capital, that is the component that's tied to inflation. And there are a fair amount of cost within that component of the budget that are fixed based on various things such as contracts with our library partners, contracts with labor groups. And so if we do see changes in inflation, it'll only impact certain items within the budget. And so for us to make a commitment today that surpluses will translate to savings is not something that we can do. But staff can definitely take it as direction that we would analyze it and provide that to council as part of the reconfirmation reports to see if there is any opportunity. I think we had similar direction around the construction price index. If we're seeing significant changes there, is there an opportunity to make an equal reduction to the main reserves? Potentially, but we need to see what those changes are and if they're ongoing and sustainable that would lead to budget changes. So that's a long worded answer to say maybe, but I just would be very, very cautious to make a commitment of that today, because when we do have a surplus come forward and then we're, well, why are we not able to translate that into a reduction? It really depends what it is, and is it ongoing or is it one time in nature? So hopefully that helps for a little context, but Philippe, if you'd like to add to that, please feel free to do so.
I think Brad really captured it well. I don't have anything to add other than to say that with our annual surplus deficit reports that we do bring forward, this is where that analysis has happened in order to determine, what those sustainable changes should be that we bring forward in subsequent budgets. So as Brad noted, certainly if those do arise, that's something that we'll keep in mind for year 2 and 3 in the reconfirmation of budget. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. I appreciate the thoroughness of the response as always, Mr. Witzel, and thank you, Philippa, for adding that as well. That's fine. I just think it's important to share that now so that, that we are thinking in those terms going forward.
Okay, so we're back to item 13.1, and the numbers actually haven't changed. So if I understand correctly, I'll just get staff to read the whole motion. I had a mover and a seconder. It was Councillor Vasic and Councillor Bodley. Are you good to move and second those again? Okay, may I trouble staff to just read this motion again for us?
For sure, yeah, so the only number that changed would be recommendation 3. So that the 2024 operating budget be approved with an average property tax increase of 6.14% over 2023 and a total property tax levy of $99,609,666.
Thank you. That's duly moved and seconded. All those in favor? Those opposed? 1, Councillor Roach. That is carried. The 2025 operating budget, can you please read item number 2?
Yes, that the 2025 operating budget be approved with an average property tax increase of 6.34% over 2024 and a total property tax levy of $107,028,307.
Thank you. May I have a mover for that motion? Moved by Councillor Hanmer, seconded by Councillor Wright. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Those opposed? Councillor Roach. And can you please read item number 3?
That the 2026 operating budget be approved with an average property tax increase of 6.41% over 2025 and a total property tax levy of $114,990,811.
And may I have a mover for that motion? Moved by Councillor Hanmer, seconded by Councillor Bodley. Any further comment, council? All those in favor? It's carried. Those opposed? Councillor Roach. Thank you. So I understand that Councillor Vasic wanted to provide some direction to staff with regard to some earlier commentary. So did you want to move some direction to staff?
Yes, please, thank you. Through you, Chair Freeman, I think that the motion will go up on the screen. So I'll provide just brief comment, like very brief commentary, and it's related to the conversation again we had at our business plan presentations from Arts and Creative Industries and Economic Development. So just for context, last year was the first time, and of course the Button Factory and KWAG and Clay and Glass who came in and others who wrote in, arts organizations and advocates. So last year was the first time the city provided an inflationary increase to KCIs and affiliates, and we've done so again today, plus a little more. Thank you so much, everybody. And previously, there had been some right sizing here and there, but not to inflation amounts. So a couple of examples of that are in 2019, there was a contribution to the municipal accommodation tax funding and a cash grant increase because the grant was oversubscribed, because the grant was oversubscribed, yeah. This motion is here because I think it's prudent of us to understand the arts and creative funding at the city as it is right now, and then to make plans for sustainable funding additional sustainable funding moving forward for our own creative industries team, as well as the KCIs and affiliates we support, and to just understand where all that money ought to come from. So really planting a seed for hopefully further development of arts and creative industries in Kitchener, Waterloo. I mean Waterloo, but you get it. Sorry, but I'm done now.
Is there a seconder for that motion? Seconded by Councillor Wright. Is there any more discussion on this item? Mayor McCabe?
Thank you. I have a question through you, Chair. I'm just curious about, because we've got so many different reserves, I'm wondering, do we have a reserve that's set up to support the development of cultural spaces? Like I know there's the library, there's the museum, the City of Waterloo Museum, but do we have a reserve fund set up for if we're contemplating the creation of cultural spaces, performing spaces?
I don't think that's, for you guys, yeah.
Yeah, that's not for Councillor Bassick, that's for staff.
Through you, Chair Freeman, to the mayor. Not specifically. We could obviously use the reserves that we do have in support of that. We do have the Public Arts Reserve Fund that we implement, art installations through, but not specifically to what you're speaking to.
Thank you. And I'm not going to propose it right now because I don't think we have any. We just went through the budget process, and it's not like we have any extra money to put into a reserve like that. But I think it's something that we should consider, potentially maybe when there is some land or some proceeds from land sales or something of that nature, because I think certainly I've heard from a lot of our arts and culture and other people in the community that we are in need of some good performance space, and potentially, there's ways. I think that if we really are going to be serious about that, we should start to really look at setting up a reserve in order to fund that.
Any other comment on this direction? Seeing none, all those in favor? That's carried unanimously. I had a question to the clerk and staff. The mayor asked a question about surplus allocation. Do we need direction on that today? Or is the commentary enough for staff to take away and consider?
Through the chair, staff would report back annually in any event on surplus allocation, and so I don't think that they require a motion, Brad, unless you feel otherwise. No.
Okay, that's good. I appreciate that. I trust you're okay with that, Mayor. The answer was we're going to have a surplus report that comes back every year, at which time we can ask questions as opposed to giving separate direction today. Is that okay? Sure. Okay, great. All right. We have some bylaws to enact. Council, moved by Councillor Bodley, seconded by Councillor Hanmer. All those in favor? That is carried unanimously, and I now require a motion to adjourn. It is moved by Councillor Rowe, seconded by Mayor McCabe. Okay, sorry.
I know at the risk of belaboring today, and I just wanted to say again to staff, particularly the budget committee, led by Mr. Witzel, Brad Witzel, and thank you again to Councillor Freeman, Chair Freeman, who over the past, in this term, took on the finance chair position. So I just wanted to say thanks to everyone for the work, and to council for the work that we did around from December 11th until today. I think we can all agree And it was said many times, this was a difficult budget. We know that we're under a lot of pressure from the community and from, you know, to reduce that levy, and and we did our best. But it's also, you know, a recognition of the responsibilities that we continue to be asked to take on from the province and the federal government. But I'm pleased to see that we invested in our infrastructure. We're looking at we're addressing the infrastructure gap. We're looking at providing some really key services, particularly to support those with accessibility needs. I think that's really important. And we know our city's growing and the demand for services is certainly not letting up. So thank you again to everyone for the work that we did here today and the comments and the questions throughout the past couple of months. And thank you, staff, for your work and leadership on this. And thank you again to Chair Freeman.
Thank you for those comments. So move to adjourn. I had Mayor McCabe and I don't remember who else I said. Councillor Rowe. All those in favor? That's carried unanimously.